Hello, guys. Good morning, friends. Good noon. Let's pull up the chat. There we go. Coffee or tea? It's coffee, bro. I used to not like coffee that much, only the smell, but I got used to it now. I'm hooked. Guys, I haven't looked at anything since the beta happened. There was some Ian interview, no, blog post, I think. There's just tons of shit happened, and also yesterday I was not available. I was actually going to look for a new car, and had to go across Istanbul to the other side, and I was in traffic till the evening. It was crazy. But today we're here at least. What do we start with? Maybe just log into the beta first and then look at the Ian blog post about add-ons. I think it's about add-ons. I don't know what it's about. It's incredible how little trust people have in this company, bro. Like, these guys had to make 7 different posts to clarify what they want to do. And people are just like, yeah, I don't believe you. What Lambo you with? No, it's not. It's not. We're not there yet. We need a Lambo sponsorship for that one. Actually, surprised that we don't have a car sponsorship because our audience has the money to buy cars. You guys are rich as fuck, man. Because you're older, you know. Wonder what the target audience of car companies are. It must be older people, right? Can't be kids, surely. Maybe that's why they're sleeping on esports, because they think it's for younger people. I don't know. Stinky cheese / morning. The fuck? Okay. Ooh, the insane loading screen, dude. Now look at that. Okay, I had seen this on Twitter and stuff, but this actually looks way better when you're logging in. It definitely sticks out. I wouldn't necessarily notice a loading screen. Or like not loading screen, what it's called, login screen. Ooh, are our characters deleted again? Wait, I logged in on account 12, right? Maybe it's on account 1 I have things. No way you're gonna level up to 90. I guess they didn't give info yet if they're gonna give us pre-made accounts, but surely they will, right? Oh, okay. So we need to go with WoW 12, I guess. Or never mind. My stuff is deleted, I guess, on the beta, so it doesn't really matter. I'll get out of here. I guess you copy character. Oh, midnight level up. Can you copy character as well? Ah, yeah. Okay. Let's try it. Copy key bindings. I don't know if this ever works, but I'm gonna try it, dude. They fixed it. Nice, nice. Oh, guys, finally, I posted it as well. I don't know if how much people were aware. I don't think it was known that we're gonna be upgrading people at home as well. Almost everyone at Echo will be upgrading to the Ryzen 7 9800 XTD, the CPU we use at the event as well. And we're gonna be making some content for that and stuff as well. And the upgrades I've seen is so good. Smart move. I mean, I think it's a no-brainer if you have AMD supporting you. You definitely want to do this upgrade. Ah, nice. I have my keybind as well. I wanted to say some of my keybinds as well. Are these things decor collected? Yeah, that's where you need an add-on, dude, to just blacklist that shit. Fuck decors. Is this friendly nameplates? What is this? Is this enemy nameplates?
The coreway must be protected.
I don't get it. Friendly NPC nameplates. Oh. Who would ever want this? Like, honestly, why is the setting even here? You even see a nameplate for these vendors here. There's no way anyone wants the setting, right? What is happening? I keep getting achievements. This game, bro. What did I want to do though? Oh yeah, fix the. Oh yeah, first of all, turn off this nameplate shit. Edit mode. Get the cooldown manager. Oh, the DPS meter actually looking kind of nice, bro. I was seeing the rate frames as well. Oh, God bless. They put the dispel icon exactly where I had it before as well. The issue is I don't want to see the icon. I want to see the spell with a blue border. That would be nice. Rate size. There's 10, 25, and 40. Why is there no 20 size, bro? And 30? God damn, man. It's the small things that trigger you. Like, this doesn't matter, right? Who cares? Just put it to 40 and then edit and then, like, imagine that it cuts off here. But it's just, like, when they give the options, why is it 25 and 40 exactly? Like, is this for a WoW Classic? This is a Classic player that made this. I know now what's going on. This is guaranteed a Classic dev that they took, or a Classic player that became a dev. There's no way someone plays retail and puts 10, 25, and 45, 40 here. Like, it's not gonna happen. It's also unbelievable how bad Intel messed up their CPU dominance. Yeah, well, I mean, I was not expecting it as well. I thought always Intel was better. But then, like, this is some Gigatech. Apparently, AMD is cooking hard, dude. GG's is 40 man. Yeah, the 25 is what gets me. The 40 as the max race size to put that in makes sense. But like, I think wasn't TBC 25 man or something? Actually, no, it was 40 man as well, right? What was 25 man? When did that start? I don't know. Either way, display border. Does that look good? No. Can you like, what can I actually do with these? Let's can I like just highlight this so I don't get confused? Show grid, advanced options. Guess I uncheck them. Okay. Make it a bit bigger. Ray frame settings. Uh-huh. It kept the test mode, which is nice. Show debuffs. Any debuff on your part. Ah, okay, so this is showing right now buffs as well. The same place as debuffs. I guess wait, it'll show buffs. That I can't. What is happening, man? My eyes are like watering. I need like eye drops or something. Show incoming heals. I feel like this is. I don't know. I feel like this is not gonna work nicely. Aggro highlights, just like class colors that we want for sure. Display pets only if you're a freak. Power bars. I think this is also very stupid to show, except on healers. I think there's a. You need a different way to show healer mana than on raid frames. Like, I think this information is important, and like it should be visible, but seeing everybody else's power bars for that, like energy and rage and runic power, it's just not worth it. I don't, and also the mana of like mages and warlocks and whatever. Oh, what the fuck? They have it. Okay, I haven't seen this option ever on any add-on. I used to like make a text showing the mana. I wonder how that's gonna look like. How does it work? Can I set roll or something to healer? I don't think so. Okay. This is when you target, I guess. Show buffs. Display only dispellable debuffs. That would be something. That's weird because then it takes away the thing. This is really weird though, like. I wonder if we're gonna have. Does anyone know if we're gonna have anchors for debuffs and buffs, or are they just gonna be like this? Like, I was wondering if this is ever gonna be full. You know, like it should be. It should get full pretty easily, right? Wait, actually, let's see. I can see the buffs on me. Oh wow, they. This is like part of the test mode. Did I DC or something, or is this part of the test mode? That's some crazy shit. Never seen that. Did not DC. Okay. General Bulwark. What is happening, bro? Replace my frame portrait. Oh, cool. Didn't know this was. Here's my player frame portrait. Here's my frame portrait. What is the difference here? Oh, when I'm targeting them. Oh, this is actually quite useful as like in like an arena game or something. Damn, I might use. I didn't know this was a setting. Might use this going forward. Oh, low level quest. Okay. Okay, so cancel. So this is the stuff. I can now adjust frame height. So height I could actually lower quite a bit. This is let's see. Is it actually capped at 3? Okay, let's see it. I need to form a raid, I guess, or can I use raid frames when I'm in a party as well? There was a option to do that, no? think bottom next to the name, or what are these symbols? No, symbols are like when you have a dispellable thing, a poison, or a curse on you. They show it separately, like as an icon. Did they remove this thing that's like show raid frames instead of party frames or something? There was a thing like that, like in the Startup Blizzard. Also, bro, is it still stuck on my screen? Come on, Blizzard. I'm gonna report the what is this even? What is it called? Gameplay enhancement. God damn it! Diminishing your cooldown. Boss warnings. The boss timeline is just stuck on my screen the whole time, even outside of combat. Edit mode and edit the party frame. Oh, that's an interesting way to hide that option. Okay. Oh, so it still doesn't use this, it becomes its own thing. This actually makes sense, because like in raids I want to put this here, but in a group I want to put it here. Oh, that's actually good. Didn't expect. Intentionally making it a bit big, guys, to see our limits, you know? Ah, so when you make the width and height big? Wait, these icons became bigger as well to a certain level. And then it stopped growing. There's a gap now. Okay. Source on a display border. Doesn't matter. And that's it. Okay, saving. Now let's see. Oh, I need to make a party as well. Okay, guys, anyone online in beta that we can chat with. We're trying to edit this, edit boss warning and edit mode. Oh yeah, I didn't edit this, but oh, okay, no, it wasn't. I reported a fake bug, I guess. I mean, why is it ever always visible? Honestly, at the same time, like, what the fuck are we doing here? I don't know. Oh, we're good now. Sorry, fake report a little bit, but also consider it as feedback. No one on the beta? Just inviting random people. Oh, it's this guy like Horde or something. Alliance, I mean. Uh-huh. So now... So when I... Where's my mage barrier? Here. That's not on my frames. For Invis? What? Not on the frames either, guys. What's happening? Oh my god. Whew. Okay. Don't worry. Don't worry. Nothing happened, guys. I have a... Oh shit. I have a slight monitor malfunction, that's why that happened. But it's okay. Lift the AMD back up. There we go. I'll cover chat if I ever use some demonic messages. Oh, okay, okay. Thank you, sir. I need to do some experimentation here. Okay. So need to invite someone on beta? I'm just loading out. Yeah, I can do, sir. I could, yeah. If you can just prescribe from... I don't know what realm I'm on, though. It's fine. I'll just find someone as well. It's okay. I don't even need to take the invite, honestly, because when I invite them, it shows... Okay, when they decline it. Wait, Sefa, you're here. Oh no, Sefa was the guy who took the achievement. We're just looking at party frames. But I don't see any buffs. Did I like disable it or something? Buffs. Or is that not working yet? I have a feeling it just doesn't track buffs yet. Like it's supposed to in principle, but it's not doing it yet. That's what it sounds like. Yeah, I think right now only debuffs are showing. Even though like in the preview, I can see the buffs. And that was my concern. Oh, what the fuck? Now this bar grew. Wasn't this like 3-3? See, now it's 5 and 3. Might be instanced only. I doubt it. I can go into an instance real quick, but I don't think so. Where's this mount? Or within Heroic Edition. I need more action bars, bro. Where are my keybinds? Oh. Looks like it didn't copy all, or there are more secret keybinds. Keybind mode. Control V. Try Bloodlust. Okay. Oh, it does show. Okay, yeah, they need to work on the filters. Like, this actually is a rarely useful, but Ice Block is always, you want to track Ice Block on people. Like, you want to know if the target I'm gonna heal is immune or if he's not immune, you know? I feel like that is an important question when you're making the decision to heal someone. Okay. So it's not instance or anything, it's just doesn't have many buffs. I don't know, what else can I do all the time? You gotta be kidding me. It must be like, there's an option to show defenses, really? Oh no, this is when it's like on the cooldown manager, it's not rate frames. Maybe if I make it a raid, it's different behaving? No, it's not. The middle of the frame. Wait. What? I don't see it. Oh no, it's in test mode. Okay, being able to always track your arcane intellect on your friends. It's true. I think it's just filters, irrelevant stuff by default. But this is the thing, like this is the irrelevant stuff. And the relevant stuff is filtered right now. I think it just doesn't work right now. It's okay. I mean, we have full trust in Blizzard that they're gonna fix everything anyways. I have no concerns, dude. Okay. Did they do anything? They did not with the Apex talents. Are these called Apex talents again? I think so. I'm so surprised that there's no UI change or anything special about them. It's just extra talents. Like if this was like attached to this, like no one would give a fuck. It's the same thing. Try to get in combat on me to see if it works. Oh yeah, true actually. You're right. Let's see it. I guess I just go to Orgrimmar. Oh, actually, no, there's dummies here, true. Oh, what the? Wait, I don't have... Like, I'm double spacebarring, guys, yeah? Wait, can this mount not fly? There's no way, right? Did I stop? What is happening here? Why can I not fly? Can other people fly? These people actually might not want to group up since they don't want to get like buffed and stuff. Jesus, everybody's alliance, bro. Oh yeah, it is different in combat. Okay. Of there's hope. Ah. Okay, my combat is not lasting long. I'll just melee this guy, bro. Okay. Not tracking anything in combat. I think it's just like retail, guys. This is exactly how it is on retail as well, I'm pretty sure. I don't think they changed anything. I think what they might do is give you the option to filter, I was gonna say, but no, they're not gonna do that. Because we would abuse that for sure. Yeah, no, I don't know. Maybe you're on a traditional fly, not dragon riding, you can change it. Maybe this one, you mean? But even traditional flight should just work then, right? Oh, traditional works. But maybe now this works. Or maybe they just removed double spacebar and that just doesn't work. Like, I don't even know where are my bars. Dragon. Fly. Flying. No, I don't know. Maybe actually action bar. Like action bar. Action. That's what I'm showing you. Spellbook channel, dragon riding. Yeah, like I'm trying to just double jump, you know, to just fly up. I wasn't looking for the keybinds even, but... Oh, I don't have that spell. But it's not even like it's falling down. Where was dragon riding? Did I just lose my dragon riding points or something? Gotta go to a trainer. Okay. It's okay. I'm just gonna stick to this for now. Damn, bro, this menu is also getting a bit out of hand now. I think instead of all of this crap, they need to just like specify somewhere which dungeon you want to do. And then it just says teleport. That's it. Maybe like you do it on the map or something. It's just kind of disgusting UI. Okay. They probably changed a lot of things on Mage as well, right? I didn't look at any of the Wowhead stuff either, guys. I don't even know where to start with, dude. What do we want to do? Ian's blog post or class changes first? I mean, when I say class changes, I would look at like Mage, Warrior, Druid, Shadow. Because the rest, I don't know. I wouldn't even know what changed. You know, separate TAFA. Yeah, I think they need to hire like a team of like quality of life people. Not functional, but just fixing that stuff. Like just like 3 people. That's enough. They could do some good upgrades, dude. Let's see. Oh, Wowhead. Okay, we go through news first, guys, okay? Like, to distance myself from all the sounds. What the fuck? There's a guy here. Oh, look at this laggy frames, bro. Because I don't have the Ryzen 7 yet. I'm gonna get actually a pretty big upgrade. Wait, actually, how big is my upgrade? Let's see. I'm gonna get a decent upgrade. That's what Grim Grim said. Like, even decent is pretty big with the Ryzen 7. I do have an event PC from Amir Drasil that I took with me back then. Okay. Just making sure I'm good. Yeah, I can show things. Okay. Oh, Haranir racials we didn't test yet. Wait. Fuck Wowhead. We're gonna make a Haranir ourselves and test it quick. 365k per year paycheck means they gotta do another $90 mount. Crit character. Where is my... I don't even know what Haranir is. This one. They can be... everything except Evoker, Death Knight, DH, and Paladin. So they're like a classic horde character with a plus monk. Okay. Oh, let's make a mage. I don't know. Hasanir. It was 9 elf animations and skeleton. Yeah, honestly, I don't care about animations, so I don't see my character anyway so much. Although maybe with the UI changes nowadays, I'll see stuff. I don't know. I'm here mainly for, like, how can I abuse the racials? In what sort of situation? Oh, it's like the night elf jumping. I see now what you mean. That's a bit weird, no? That feels a bit lazy. I can't zoom out though, because I don't have a keybind, it seems. Shouldn't have copied my keybinds. I never zoom out and zoom in and stuff. Oh, I do have it bound actually. Why is it not working? That's weird. Let's put this to this now. Okay, that works. For some reason didn't accept my mouse wheel. Alright, what is my... So bro, can I make the... Oh, nice! With move anything, I can make this smaller. Who hates this fucking new spellbook, by the way, with the 2 pages? I don't want this shit, bro. It covers my whole entire screen. Same with the talent tree, by the way. I need a more compact view or something on this. This could be made by an add-on, by the way, right? Probably. Okay. I mean, let's make it. Let's put the things on the action bar, bro. Root walking seems like a thing. What is this? Experience gains from killing aberrations, beasts, and elementals increased by 10%. Damage dealt to aberrations, beasts, and elements. Oh! Wait. I thought they got rid of all these kind of things. Like, Troll had this back then that it dealt more damage to beasts, right? This is already pretty fucking interesting. If you're doing 1% more damage and the end boss is a beast, you might just send it. What's the resistance in Classic? Extra damage to beast? I think it was just, I thought it was just troll, at least, like, MOP onwards. That's what I remember. Well, I might be completely wrong, actually. No, now I'm doubting myself. It's Jover. Okay, yeah, this is interesting. 1% extra damage, just like that. It also means if the enemy is not a beast, this might be probably pretty bad. So nice. Gonna cause some good race swaps. We're gonna make Blizzard some good money. I'm very happy about this. Okay, herbalism and finesse. Couldn't care less. There we have lash out, crit damage and crit healing by 1%. Doesn't seem a lot. Languages. Thorn Bloom is a spell as well. And Recuperate is a spell. We're gonna look at the active spells in a sec. That's it. Okay. We can close this thing. And this thing. And now perform a ritualistic dance to teleport to the cradle. Casting the spell while near a world tree. Roots within Harandar. Wait, what? Is there like a dot missing there? Oh, tree's roots within Harandar. Allows you to travel to that world tree. Ah, okay. Teleport to that cradle. Where's the cradle? Oh, is this like gonna TP me like a Hearthstone? I guess so. Is it gonna be a PC building live stream? No, I'm not gonna build my PC on stream. I don't even know how to do that because my PC is my streaming PC. I don't have two PC setup. Also, I'm very bad at building a PC. But I mean, if you guys say you're down, we can do it. But I have no idea what I'm doing. I was thinking I could watch a video to learn how to do it. Phone stream? I don't think I can do that. I don't think internet is good enough. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, so this is just a TP, and then you can use it again. And it just what TPs you here or what? Root walking return. Oh, does it return me where I came from? Wow, this is pretty cool actually. Not sure how this exactly works. But this seems pretty nice. Just whenever go away, do your thing, and come back. Auction house mount or whatever is needed, you know? Druids and DKs already have this. Yeah, that's true. I thought only DKs had it. Didn't know Druids had it as well. But now as a Druid and DK, as a Druid, you can be a Haranir and you can just double port, you know? Create some double alter time thing. Ignite the mobs, come back. Okay, then we have Thorn Bloom. Command powerful thorns to assault 8 enemies. This is 3-minute cooldown also. Assault 8 enemies and heal 8 enemies within 10 yards of the target area. Enemies are dealt 700 nature damage and additional 730 nature damage over 12 seconds. Allies are healed for 270 and additional 880. It's nothing. I mean, actually, it's definitely more healing than what it is saying. How much healing did that do to me? 500 times 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 times 500 is 600, let's say 500, it's a 5k, 5k plus 1. It's like 6k healing. 6k healing is right now 10% of my HP. So if this is scaling with people, and let's see that, like a, what does that say? 8, right? I mean, it's not bad if it's gonna scale properly with my HP. It's actually not bad. Like if everyone was a Haranir and you just sent this as a raid CD and you pop it. it's actually like a revival kind of thing, or like a trank or something you can compare it to, I guess. Like a weak trank. The DPS value is probably kind of irrelevant, but okay. Take a breather. Also, maybe it's different for healers. Maybe it will do more healing. I don't know. Take a breather, prepare some food, and have a meal. Restores 50% of your maximum health over 10 seconds. I'm just cooking. I can do it again. Can I do this in combat? Everyone has recuperate now. Really? So like the value of food is non-existent anymore. Interesting. If everyone has, I'm assuming you can't do it in combat, guys, right? That would be a bit wild. Are there any mobs here? I don't even know where I am, bro. Yeah, there's apparently mobs. Mounts. Oh my god. Oh, this guy can mount, of course, because I didn't copy it. Is this even on live? Really? It must have been like very recent or something, bro. I don't know. Okay, it doesn't work here. Okay. Let's do some big AoE here with the Haranir special, dude. One sec. Gotta enable nameplates. Splash! That's right. You got my racial. Damn, look at the damage. 52 ticks. I'm wondering what, like, makes them think they should make this. Without flame. I'm struggling here. Oh, they changed flurry icon. That's nice. Plant protein. Nice. Yeah, you know me. I'm a vegetarian, guys. I don't eat these mobs. I take their protein. After killing them. It was on GCD or off GCD. I want to say it's on the GCD, but without the cast. But I'm not sure. You can see it. But let me first recuperate, okay? I had no idea that this is on retail as well. Crazy. So I guess I don't really have many racials. I just have the Thornbloom and the passive stuff. The big thing is 1% more damage against beasts, pretty much. Which also means... What was it? Tauren also has crit damage, right? Tauren passive racial. Yeah, it's by 2%. Does it actually have the stamina still? On retail? Damn, I didn't know they had the stamina still as well. Max health increased by 5%. That's actually a pretty nice thing. But yeah, like this is like a weaker Tauren unless the enemy is a beast, aberration, or elemental. In that case, it's a stronger Tauren for sure. I feel like they should change this. But at the same time, there are many other situational races, so I don't know. I'm gonna try it one more time to see if it's on a GCD, but I'm like almost 100% sure it will be on a GCD. Otherwise, it would actually be good. Wow, you can no longer shoot a frozen orb without a target? That's crazy. I think that's new? Man, definitely new to me. Um, I mean, I can just on this. Yeah, it's definitely on GCD. But it's on a short GCD, I think. It felt like a half GCD or something. Nothing will ever be as OP as meld. Dude, the most OP thing is the Void Elf Blink. That shit is wild. You can go to places that you can never go to otherwise, except with Altered Time and the Monk and Warlock self ports. Uh, okay, we log back out. I mean, is there anything else? Walking, lash out, thorn yeah, no, okay. Yeah, more numbers for the other gaming shares. Oh, what's Secret Black Friday sale? Oh yeah, true. I didn't know what the exact 250 off select items. That's crazy. What do they offer 250 off of? Sponsored posts. You gotta have more races or first overlapping with Black Friday, bro. That shit is so good. That's the perfect time to have a race on, I think, guys. The only thing is Thanksgiving, so because of that, it never happens. Oh, okay, except for once when it did happen. It was great. I think Amirosil was overlapping with Black Friday, right? Amirosil, please. Yeah. Yeah, this was the best race we had by far. It was so good, dude. It was so fucking good, guys. Like it was financially like double as good as like the next best race. It's fucking insane. We need more emitters. It was also a very good race, neck to neck against Liquid, but also the timing of Black Friday and everything was so nice. Okay, fly through void games gives fast and easy coffer keys from in beta. Not sure what coffer keys even are. What are coffer keys? Probably something I don't care about. Oh, these things. Oh yeah, okay. That's fine. There's gonna be a whole nother part of WoW that I will not want to hear anything about, which is housing coming soon. So it's gonna be interesting. New decor item added on the shop. Anniversary pre-purchase pack mount. Okay, yeah. Important sort of NPC's location at midnight. Find your way around during beta. Oh, nice. Weekly midnight beta live warning prologue. Cha cha cha. Single minded fury warrior transmog preview. God damn it, bro! It's like 70% of the posts are actually transmog pets and mounts. It's wild. Avoidable damage taken added? No way. Is that real? New tracking types. You know this is gonna get linked in your raid chat all the time, and people are gonna get trolled. That's good. That's good. I like it. In the past, we would just check damage taken by spell. What is the damage meter type? Damage taken. Damage meter type absorbs. Oh, it's just damage taken. Okay, I see. If they are even adding absorbs, I think you can assume everything is gonna get added that you need pretty much. Textures can be decreased or increased. Also change the bar height. Opacity can be reduced to a minimum of 50%. Nice. I don't think thin is the play that you go with. Do I have to have this gap between? I'm wondering. New dungeon radar screens revealed for midnight. Dang, that looks actually sick. Oh, these look great. And that was neighborhood. Opening new tasks and new rewards ready to earn as a neighborhood. Lol. New fish behavior, maybe the part of the midnight beta lag. What? Fish behavior. Okay, some lag, whatever, who cares? With Y level alts in Legendary Mix. Unite or fight. Oh, is this an ad as well? It doesn't say sponsored. Oh wait, Rep Perfection is this Warhammer Horror West featuring bold patches throughout the entire whether you're storming or more just leveling up your fit IRL. This tracker will let others know where your allegiances are. This is so random, bro. But this type of clothing always reminds me of like US high school movies and like the douchebag that's in the what is it called? A football team will wear this and will have like 3 girlfriends. I can never imagine myself wearing this. Like I feel like the moment I wear it, I would become a douchebag. Is this like a do you guys have that feel as well? Or is it just me? Not because of like the Horde and Alliance thing, just like the style, like the is it college? Is it high school? I don't know, but yeah, crazy. Oh yeah, this one we want to look at, but I mean, honestly, the man said it like 80 times what his philosophy is. I don't know if we're gonna see something new, but not to rotation hours or rename cast or nameplates. Specific details on add-on removal philosophy. It sounds like this is just some key points from this blog post, but we look at it anyways because it's important, unfortunately. Undermine soundtrack nominated for 2025 Hollywood Music in Media Awards. Is this like the jazz music? There's no way, bro. If that's the case. Can I listen to it? If this actually wins, bro, I don't know what's real anymore, guys. There's no way. It cannot be real. Sigla Murloc Pillow not available in UK. Oh, GG's. It's high school. It's a varsity. I don't know what the varsity. What is that? First team in a Swear high school. Oh, is that why they were all those douchebags? They're like they like themselves a lot. Too proud. Interesting. Maybe we should get it as Echo. Television, Heart Steel. Secret vendor. I don't even know what hearts. Oh, that thing. Never mind. Secret vendor mount. Yeah. New midnight dungeon. Unlock achievements. Restrict leveling options for first characters. It's like bugs or whatever it seems. Grand finals. So yeah, AWC finals tonight. Are you guys watching the AWC? Because I heard and shapeshifts. Okay. What the hell? That looks crazy, actually. Okay, this I'm gonna look at. December 2nd is 11.2.7. Okay. Same timing as the raid test week of mythic bosses. Interesting. A little bit sus, a little bit scary, but it's okay. Unfortunately, we get raid buff, press teleport unlocked. They're still buffing players, holy fuck. 6 months game time, and WoW has house and gallery sweepstakes. Anniversary shop bundle. Bro, we need to make a, maybe we should do it on max roll. Just cut all the fucking crap and only post like the important things. Like this is fine. Like look at this whole page, right? I would put this one, this one. This is okay. Acceptable. I guess these posts must be performing good because they keep posting them. This is okay. I'll put it. This is also fine. That is without an ad blocker looks like a circus. Really? Holy shit, is this Moonkin form? What is this? That looks crazy. This is a swimming form? Light form. Ear size. This is tree form. Holy fuck. Where's like the cat and bear? I don't have it. Okay. That's some crazy shit. You can also modify all of this stuff. People playing a different game, bro. $10,000 is quite a lot, no? I feel like people are not even gonna. Are 10,000 players even killing this boss? Like, did 10,000 people kill Kiveza? This also means there might be a lot of like account pilot boost things sold on this, like with account sharing. They nerfing things. Okay, yeah, and these two posts I would also put on our website, obviously. And then, because when you only put the important stuff, guys, I would even turn notifications on for these. Anyways, okay. This is what Mr. Ian posted, I think. Saying whether she's more context and gives examples. Okay. As we move into the beta, I'm gonna move my camera again to the right. As we move into the beta phase of midnight testing and invite a much larger wave of players in to experience the expansion and provide feedback, I want to take the time to recap the planned changes to add-on capabilities and the accompanying Broader changes to combat and encounters. This will be a long post, but stick with me. Okay, guys, we're locking in, okay? There's a lot to cover. Over the course of the past year, we have been talking about add-on changes. Wait, I'm an old man, you know me. But that communication has been spread across multiple videos, posts, interviews, and ongoing conversations with add-on authors. This fragmentation has contributed to confusion and concern across the community. The main goal of starting is to dispel as much of this confusion as possible and hopefully provide reassurance around these planned changes. That is true. I was so surprised the way they handled this. I feel like partially sometimes I think they do intentionally things bad because they want like the word to spread and people to discuss, and then they come in and are like, no, it's all good, you don't need to worry. But this is like great marketing in a way, right? Everyone's talking about it. To be clear, it is entirely natural for players who have spent countless hours experiencing Azeroth through the lens of their favorite add-ons to feel nervous about big changes to that ecosystem, while some players who use few or no add-ons may be shrugging their shoulders. For many others, this may be the single largest change an expansion has ever made to World of Warcraft. We take none of this lightly. Why? So if we know this is a risky change, why are we making it? For over 20 years now, the customizability of the World of Warcraft user interface has been a pillar of the game, allowing players to use add-ons to tailor the look and feel of the game to suit their preferences. Numerous improvements to the base UI over the years have been inspired and informed by these community efforts, but the power we give to add-on authors has always come with the risk of tools that can distort moment-to-moment gameplay, which has led to the development team to restrict add-ons capabilities several times over the years. Okay, yeah, that's true. I mean, in a way, add-ons like the reason why they're making this change is also not because something in the game necessarily changed, but the add-on developers just developed and cooked more and more, and they are becoming better and better, so people use them more, right? There's a lot of things you could do back in the days as well, but nobody did. The add-ons just didn't exist. The change is necessary because modern game is doing whatever is necessary to optimize a way to make it fun. Exactly. No, definitely, that's true. I mean, it's what happens when it turns into an esport type of thing or just competitive gameplay. If this was a single player game, I think it wouldn't really matter. In past incidents, we typically were able to address issues by limiting add-ons access to some specific functionality. For example, add-ons automatically selecting abilities and targets in the game's early days, or using player positions and clever math to build radar overlays a decade later. This time around, however, the cause for concern is subtler and more pervasive. Over the past few expansions, the community has increasingly shifted from a focus on add-ons that display recommendations. As an RPG with cast times and cooldowns governing most actions, a huge portion of skill in WoW has always rested in moment-to-moment decision-making. What also happened is they made the game more complex, and people were like, well, I can't deal with that complexity. I'm going to use add-ons to help me out. If they didn't make the game this complex as well, people also wouldn't use so many add-ons. Like everyone having externals. Like back then, how many classes had an external? Back in, I don't know, MOP or something. I don't know, you had like a priest with pain suppression and what? Paladin with Hand of Sacrifice. Did other classes even have externals? I don't even remember it, dude. I don't think Iron Bark existed, for example, or raid cooldowns as well. Like we got so many more. Like we got Mage Barrier, we got Zephyr, we got. I don't even know if did Rallying Cry even exist in MOP. I think maybe actually maybe in MOP it started. Oh, actually no, in Wrath also you had it, I think. But yeah, it became like just more and more, and also the whole talent interactions as well and everything. And M plus getting added to the game, so you have like this competitive place as well where all of it doesn't matter, and not just a raid that you just need to complete once. Yeah, and people just getting better at the game. They try to make the best with of what they can. By its nature, a computer means a computer with access to complete information about the current combat state in WoW will be able to make the correct decision far faster than any human and can do so with unerring accuracy. Yeah. That's true. And like we haven't even reached close to like the maximum potential of add-ons yet, to be clear. You could do so much more. If you like monitor the health, if you monitor the damage that's gonna come in soon, and the state of your healing cooldowns and defensives, if you can monitor all of that and suggest what people should do, and also like know the strat so that it knows whether you're gonna stack or spread soon, like you could create like for each fight and your strat a software that tells you what to do. It's just like OP. But yeah, we're not even close to the max potential yet. Such add-ons move beyond the realm of personal preference, offering an objective advantage in moment-to-moment combat. As a result, players often will be told to download specific add-ons to improve their class performance or to defeat a specific encounter. Guilds or even pickup groups commonly require the use of specific add-ons for mid-combat coordination. While we have never designed for add-ons in the sense of making a specific encounter or class mechanic with the intent that players would write add-ons to solve a given puzzle, we have inevitably had to design around them for the past several expansions. This part, it just doesn't make sense on Ovinax, Fractilus, and I would say even maybe Jailer. Like, what do you mean? How are you supposed to do Fractalis like without add-ons? It's just completely designed to have an add-on helping you. I don't know. I don't think we could have. I don't know. I would love to try to play Fractilus without add-ons. I don't know what the fuck would happen. Yeah, they do say they design around add-ons, but what I'm saying is like they also assumed like that an add-on is necessary, a designing requiring add-ons. These Ovinax and Fractilus required add-ons, bro. Like it was just, and I have no idea why they did that. There are ways to do it without it, but obviously it's a lazy solution to just let add-ons carry. Like these fights aren't not designable without the use of add-ons being required. We have to accept that even in non-cutting edge content, the majority of players will turn to any available tools to make things easier. Yeah, of course, especially if you're eventually going to use these tools anyways, might as well practice with them. For example, when we design a boss at a normal or heroic difficulty rate, we have a tuning target in mind. While we risk causing frustration if we overshoot the mark, when we release an encounter that puts up very little resistance, we often get feedback that the boss was unsatisfying. In a similar vein, when we are designing a class mechanic, we're trying to express class fantasy while also offering engaging moment-to-moment gameplay. But with add-ons, instantly solving a raid coordination challenge or collapsing a nuanced combat decision into a simple binary, we would get feedback supported by data that our design felt flat. Yeah, of course. I mean, they have to design around add-ons like that. So we would add an extra layer. Like Fractilus was kind of sad a little bit, right? Like you just do what the add-on says, and then you wipe it if the add-on says it wrong. Honestly, like I played that fight in a pug. My add-ons were completely broken because it was the first time I'm doing it. I had like two different VCAR packages and text all over my screen because I hadn't properly configured it. And I still had a text to speech on top telling me where to go. And I just like literally I could close my eyes and go to the text to speech position and I could play the game. And I didn't fail it once. Like it's literally unfailable. Like you cannot fail Fractilus. You just need to try not to fail it. The only way you fail it is like, well, what am I gonna eat for dinner? And you like start thinking, am I gonna get my CDs back before Enrage? Oh, I'm not sure. Just like you just fully get lost in the sauce in your thoughts, and then you might not notice what's happening and get go to the wrong place strat wise. And then aside from that, it's just numbers, damage intake, personal, and just move back to your team without getting hit by the other guys. It's just so unsatisfying. Oh, my phone just died, guys. Congrats. Okay, we charge it with the headset charger. That was quite sad on Fractilus that we were just playing an add-on fight. At least Ovinax had like some interrupts and some AoE phases and some CCs to throw and stuff, which also got sold by add-ons, don't get me wrong, but still you could express some personal gameplay. Fractalus was just, yeah, brain off, follow add-on. And so we would add an extra layer of complexity to a class mechanic or tighten an encounter's tuning to give players less time to react in order to deliver the level of challenge and engagement that the players are expecting. But as Shift has left people who prefer not to use these add-ons at a clear disadvantage, making WoW less approachable in the process. Yeah, that's very true. Honestly, like, if the thing is, like, also people, I don't understand how anyone can disagree with this. Like, people are disagreeing with these moves from Blizzard. You gotta be trolling, man. Like, it's the obvious correct thing to do. You can criticize how they are doing it, that they're rushing it and stuff, but there's no way anyone can criticize that this had to be done. Otherwise, the game will die out once the players who play it die or stop. And so we're looking to level the playing field. The guiding philosophy for our approach is straightforward. Add-ons should no longer offer a competitive advantage in WoW combat. That's not gonna happen. They will always offer an advantage. They should remain as robust tools for steady customization and personalized presentation of information, but they should not be able to make a player more likely to succeed in combat against an encounter or another player. This is just, I don't know why they're, like, he must know that this is not real. Like, I don't understand. Like, I can't believe, is this written by Ian? I understand if he says it shouldn't any longer give a significant advantage. But of course it's going to provide an advantage. I mean, unless they add all the functionality themselves as well, but I don't think they will. Maybe, I mean, I guess, I don't know in what time they're planning on doing this and what else they're cooking on, but looking at it for midnight, it definitely will give you a competitive advantage to still have add-ons, because just like presenting things more clearly will help. And I think there will be some stuff like unit frames right now suck quite bad, right? For example, yeah, like what am I looking at, guys? What the fuck is this function? Like, obviously it's gonna be a competitive advantage to be able to adjust this to your needs. I didn't even remove my mana bar. Like, my mana bar is like more than 1/3 of my health bar, and literally it's okay. On Arcane it's not useless, but on the Fire I'm pretty sure it's like that as well, and it's completely useless. Like in FXIV, you mean? Oh, you mean like plugins, like third-party tools that are not allowed? I don't care about that. If that's how you get an advantage, I mean that's cheating. It's fine. Like if you're cheating, you're gonna be always at an advantage. I think that's a no-brainer. But we're talking about things that the game allows and gives you an advantage, right? Like no clarity of fight. I don't know what you're referring to, dude. I don't know what I said now. Can you hide other players' spell effects yet? If not, that is what they need to fix for visual clarity. You could always reduce. I mean, not always, but since a long time, you can already reduce. I think it's called spell density. No, what is it called? Yeah, here, spell density. Visible of non-essential spells, only show essential spells. Your own spells are always shown. Reduce the non-essential and always show all spells. This does impact what you see from others as well. So you kind of can do that already. Yeah, I don't know what the, let's say, let's put it on to like very low. Yeah, I can still see his lava burst and stuff, so I guess there's more visual than WoW, so less add-on weaker needed to do so. Needed to show what happened if I less also less add-on weaker needed to see what's happening in the fight. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, even if they do that, there will always be. What I'm saying is, add-ons will always still give you some advantage, because there will be something that's gonna be slightly better, and people are just gonna use it. I think. I don't know. For example, cast time, cast bar. Like, I'm sure there is some nicer things on other cast bars. There is. I don't know what they're planning on with the buffs and debuffs yet, but this is a complete mess. I would say, I guess maybe it's mostly unit frames that are struggling right now. And then I don't know what sort of functionality they're gonna provide with the cooldown manager. That might be also... But what am I doing here, guys? If they allow you to do some things here, 'cause I think they allowed some stuff now, to see your own spells, cast time and stuff. It might be interesting as well. I don't see it like not providing any advantage. I don't see that happening. Get the hook up from your boy Servo. Yeah. I mean, I'm not really that interested in fixing my beta UI, not gonna lie. Let them just cook and fix shit, and then eventually I'll do it on retail. They should remain as robust tools for aesthetic customization and personalized presentation of information, but they should not be able to make a player more likely to succeed in combat against an encounter or another player. I've seen discussion around the word competitive, with some understandably noting that they aren't playing in the MDI or trying to get into the Hall of Fame or arena leaderboards and wondering why a design shift about competitive advantage should apply to them. But the consequences of add-ons impact creep into all facets of the game, and this uneven playing field is experienced by all players, where someone is trying to defeat the Mencies on normal difficulty with their friends and family guild, trying to get a foothold in M+, or trying to be the best of the best. Yeah, I mean, the issue is, like, if add-ons make you this much of a better player, you feel like a loser when you don't play with them. Even if it's, like, let's say you enter a heroic dungeon, or even you're leveling, you know, like just... And there's someone just zooming through. You talk to a friend, he's like, yeah, I completed everything, and I did all M0s first week. It took me 5 hours. Meanwhile, you're just sitting there struggling and wiping with a group of no add-on gamers, you know? That doesn't feel good. That's like... I mean, if you're playing a multiplayer game, it is gonna be competitive. Like, you're always gonna compare yourself to someone. I don't know, isn't that part of, like, competitiveness? Surely it's in the definition or something. Relating to or characterized by competition. Oh. Competition. I think that's like the root of the word there, you know? And gaming is, in a way, competition, yeah? Like, you're trying to beat a boss, but what you're really doing is trying to beat a boss that other people cannot beat. Otherwise, it's like a single-player game, pretty much. Or, you know, when I say other players, it doesn't mean no one else, but doing it faster than others. Don't keep up. Have fun finding groups and plus if you play solo with maybe off meta class. Don't play comedy, just don't find any groups or will be kicked. Exactly. I mean, if you play shit, like, no one's gonna be enjoying playing bad. think a lot of these like more casual people, they don't understand the impact things have on the high end for their own joy of the game. I don't think they understand it. They think like, oh, I'm doing my own thing. I don't care about what the elitists do. But them being so much better than you because they do some weird stuff is impacting you as well, and they don't see that. It's like because they also play it casually, they don't understand the impact either. It's like the impact of split runs, right? People who don't do split runs, they don't understand how powerful it is oftentimes, and don't understand that they are playing at a much harder level because they don't have all the loot. And they think we're just better gamers. We are also better gamers, probably, but we look much better than we are. Same with add-ons. Like obviously the War First players are not gonna lose to like some pet collectors in the midnight, but the difference is not as big as it seems. Okay, the pet collectors probably it is pretty big actually. Either way, but let's say like a Weekly M plus Andy. Weekly M plus Andy that's not trying. So there are also Weekly M plus Andys that are really trying hard and they can barely do Weekly M plus with all the add-ons and all the guide reading and everything. There's a lot of people who are just YOLO vibing the game, and they will become much better with this in comparison. I feel bad I can't feel first mythic boss during the first week. Then you look over and there are 50 items lower, no weak aura. Yeah, exactly. And they didn't do PTR tests. That's why I want to get rid of PTR tests as well. That's also going to even the playing field. Bro, before we enter these fights, we have like a full PhD written on each of them. Of course we're going to play better. It'll be so fun, dude. Without all of this crap. And that's why without add-ons it's also going to be better. People just are unaware and they're noobs, and they'll see. Okay, add-on disarmament, what's changing? In pursuing these philosophical goals, we have tried to take a surgical approach. Damn. That limit add-ons' ability to process information with the least possible impact on their ability to display it. Our engineering team has been regularly sharing updates to the API, short for Application Programming Interface. Essentially, the functions that add-on authors can use to access and manipulate WoW UI data with add-on authors, but a simplified explanation of what we are changing is as follows. Information about the current combat state is designated as a secret value that can be displayed by add-ons, but not known by them. In essence, combat events are in a black box. Add-ons can change the size or shape of the box, but they can't, and they can paint in a different color. But what they can't do is look inside the box. So in Midnight, add-ons can still change the location of your buffs or debuffs and the size and shape, but they can change the size, shape, and texture of enemy nameplates and cast bars and many similar UI elements, but they can't know with certainty whether you or your target have a specific debuff currently active or what the cooldown of a given ability is. Yeah. And they can't do things depending on that because they don't know. They can't be like, oh, your enemy is at execute threshold below 30%. So now show an execute icon or whatever. You can always show an execute icon if you want to, but you can't know the value of the HP of the mob, so you can't always show it depending on it. We debuted our alpha test with the strictest version of this rule set, wanting to avoid the frustration cat and mouse situation with add-on authors pointing out loopholes in our logic and us needing to keep tightening things down to preserve a level playing field. Whereas we have historically disabled all add-ons in early weeks of expansion alpha testing. This time we invited numerous developers to the first wave of our tests. We want to give them a head start on updating their add-ons and to hear early feedback on pain points. That input has been invaluable so far and led us to loosen restrictions in numerous areas so that we are causing needless collateral damage. Even with this more focused approach, we knew that limiting add-ons ability, like this was like RC loot council not working because you're in a raid and add-on communication is dead. But obviously outside of combat, allowing that didn't do anything bad, so You know, or you couldn't even check like if you're missing your food buff or your flask is running out or something outside of combat. Now you can, but inside your combat, if a flask is running out, you can actually not check it, which is funny. Well, I guess you could start a timer from ahead of time, and then that would work. Even with this more focused approach, we knew that limiting Alan's ability to parse combat events in real time would have significant impact on a wide range of popular and benign add-ons, such as damage meters that offer immediate insight into performance, boss ability timers that have been part of raiding since the very earliest days of WoW, and tools that make the game accessible to players with a range of disabilities. So alongside the Secret Values project, our team has been also working on building up native solutions in many of these areas, as well as creating new API hooks to allow add-on authors to access protected information in ways that don't risk competitive integrity. I'm so glad that they didn't go down the route of like, yeah, we don't want to put damage meters because we think people are going to get flamed for bad gameplay or something like Final Fantasy does. I think that shit is so stupid. It's the stupidest thing. That's the only thing Final Fantasy is doing really, really bad. Like, you... is wild. I've been rolling, like, as if people don't have damage meters anyways. People get flamed either way. That anyways, but, like... It's just... Like, Final Fantasy does a good job of moderating chat and stuff, but not putting damage meter is the stupidest thing, bro. It's so much fun. Especially in Final Fantasy, by the way, min-maxing damage is quite nice and can be really important. I mean, you do logs anyways, but yeah, it's technically a cheat to log. So stupid. So fucking stupid. They've been rolling out base UI features over the course of the year, and that will continue during the beta. The legacy of Arthur content update 11.1.7 introduced the assisted highlight and one button rotation tools to help players learn new specialization and improve overall accessibility. We implemented an early working version of a cooldown manager in the 11.1.5 content update, knowing that it needed a lot of iteration, but wanting to ensure that we were getting all the needed feedback in a live environment. Mina will feature a much refined version. Mina includes a new boss warning system, which allows players to see which boss mechanics are upcoming while leaving the choice of how to handle them in players' hands. This also, ideally, we wouldn't have a boss warning system, but instead the boss warning system would be baked into the fight itself. So that, but I mean, people then are just gonna use cheats. Like, some of these things, like, if they don't provide it, it's just, like, cheating is gonna become so worth it that people are just gonna do it. But that's why they have to provide it. Final Fantasy doesn't have a boss warning system. It works completely fine. But a lot of people just use the cheat, so they can see the timers. We are in the process of adding a range of native improvements, such as a built-in combat audio alert system that allows players to use text-to-speech and other audio cues for everything from player health to combat events. Over the course of beta, we will be releasing improvements to our rate frames for healers, a built-in damage meter tool with server-side validation, and more. While we work on limiting the ability of add-ons, I'm wondering how they're going to do augmentation with these damage meters, by the way. While we work on limiting the ability of add-ons to give a high-end performance advantage, we want to ensure that the baseline WoW experience is approachable and accessible as ever. We know that if we are limiting add-ons functionality, we need to give all players the information they need to succeed, and we need to tune our game accordingly. Along with much clearer visual and audio telegraphs, they may also mean having an extra second or two to react to a mechanic, or fewer things occurring simultaneously to keep cognitive load manageable. Our end goal is for any given piece of content in Midnight, and Mythic 10 dungeon, plus 10, a normal difficulty raid boss, a tier 8 down, to be roughly as challenging as it was in prior expansions, but for that challenge to be more fairly distributed across the player base. Okay, why are some cosmetic add-ons working? This is another thing, by the way, also. I've heard this take from Liquid a lot. From like Liquid players, I think it's like a running theme in the guild. It's like generally what they think from what I see, is that this actually change is not gonna even the playing field more, but instead it's gonna make worse bad players even worse because they are depending on add-ons, whereas good players can do it without add-ons. To a degree, I think this is right, but I think they underestimate that bad players, they don't even bother with fixing their add-ons. Like the real bad ones, or when I say bad ones, the real casual ones rather, they just play the game without installing all the necessary stuff because they're lazy. They underestimate the laziness of these players. And even when they install it, because they didn't make their own UI, they didn't configure it, they'll just take a preset UI from someone and they don't even know how to read all of that stuff. Like all the Race War First players, let's say 90% of them, they make their own UIs. 100% of them configure their UIs to a certain degree. Whereas if you have the casual Andy, they will maybe install a package, but they won't touch anything in it. They won't even know what's going on, like what type of alerts they have on their UI in all these places. So I think it is definitely gonna even the playing field a lot more, and yeah, I don't think the skill gap is gonna get wider or something now that we don't have add-ons and the good players are now really good. I don't see that. Within the teams, though, I think you will see some differences between players for sure. I hope they will provide sound warnings for all players like me. There is some sound warnings for things, but mainly for things that are buffs on you and spells you're casting and your own state a bit, not debuffs on you. I think that's it. Like, I don't think you will have a sound for. I think you also have a sound for the boss casting a spell, but not a debuff that is on you. Like, you will know something is happening, but you don't know if it's affecting you or others or what's going on. The countdowns and timers. They said they don't want to do countdowns right now, but they might add it in the future. They're considering it because the boss mod add-on authors had an interview with them, private interview, and they said they don't want countdowns. They want people to see things and not be relying on sound so much. And also the UI should be, keep in mind, the UI should be technically cleaner, or the fight should be simpler so that you can use your eyes more. That's another thing, by the way, because people are getting these add-on packages. Also, casual players, they don't play that much. So when you on top of that change your UI and there's all these new things and you don't play a lot, you don't get used to all of this UI. Like, it's a... You can have something on your UI and you won't learn how to use it for months or even a year. Like, the amount of people tracking interrupts in M+, right? And they will never actually look at it because they're just not good enough. They don't play enough. Like, it's way too damn high. How can they prevent countdowns but allow reminders? That's not possible, or? One sec. You could have a countdown for a reminder, technically, I think. Yes, Stinth. Because it's from combat start. And then also you would need to press macros on phase changes if they are not predetermined length. But what you cannot do is if there's any sort of like randomness in the fight of what the boss casts, or if if it needs to check like if you got a debuff, right? It can't check if you got a debuff. So if you want to make a countdown for the debuff on you exploding, you can't do that. If you want to make a countdown for the boss casting a spell, and that spell is you know when it's going to happen ahead of time before combat, or like once per intermission you press a macro, that would work. But I don't know if anyone's going to bother with it, honestly. I don't think it's important enough to like... Okay, I mean, we would bother with it, but on the lower end, I don't know. And also, it's against their philosophy, right? They should fix the reminder situation. I think they just need to... I don't... Bro, this boss mod timer shit is also kind of cringe. I don't know. They should just remove that. Add more randomness to bosses. Or like, the timing should be random. Cut things like ramps and disc priest type of thing. I think it's already different now. Like that you would require precise timing 15 seconds ahead of time. Cut shit like that. And enjoy the game. I don't know. Also, like, it's not just healers, right? DPS ramp is a thing as well. Like, if you need to evocate, touch of the Magi, and get your Arcane Soul exactly in a specific window, I mean, what the fuck are we playing here? I don't know. Just remove things like that, where that it needs like crazy pre-planning. You know, a couple seconds is fine, and in that couple seconds, give a warning. Oh, boss is becoming red. It's gonna do a special attack soon, or I don't know. There's a sound, or there's like you can see ads approaching, or some light approaching to the boss from the ground, and that's your timers. And it's not exactly always the same time, so reminders are kind of not possible. That's it, really. Yeah. They're cutting cloud poster because of the bad pre-planning, I guess. Yeah, I think so. I think they also did that with discipline. Maybe that is their plan later on as well. I don't know. But like this, I think this boss warning is fine, but the boss timers. Oh my god, this keeps happening. Boss timers is. I don't know. I think this is like a band-aid fix. It needs to go. That's my opinion. Add-ons can know when combat starts and can display anything. You can't really avoid having reminders in some form. Yeah, the thing is, even if add-ons can't know when combat starts, there are workarounds. Let's say add-ons cannot know. I mean, you know, right? Like just on add-on combat start, you could press a button, and that can activate timers on your backend. That's what I'm saying. It needs to be random. The fight cannot be the same every pull. And it needs to be so random, or like there needs to be so many paths that it can split to, that it is not worth for you to keep inputting information to your software, whatever you're going to use. Whether it is an add-on in-game or even a third-party program. That would be the ideal thing. Because, like, think of Crosus, for example, right? Crosus was random which hand it's going to... I think it was Crosus called in Nighthold, where it was, like, shooting with the left hand or the right hand. But it was only random on the very first hand. After that, it would just alternate. So what people did was and there was like no way to reading it in the spell IDs and stuff. But what they did was you pulled the boss, and then there was an icon, left hand or right hand, and then you would pull the boss and you would see, okay, he did left hand. You press left hand, and the rest was handled by the add-on. Now you knew every single time whether it's going to be a left hand or a right hand, and you would move to the other side because that side of the bridge would get hit. So you can have randomness, but you can again outplay it with more inputs to your add-on, with macros, with pressing left or right or whatever, or 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever it is. But once there's too many random things happening, it will eventually not be worth putting all this information into an add-on. Instead, you just look at it and play. So you want to have some randomness in the timing. You want to have some different paths the boss can go, like which, let's say it can go red phase, yellow phase, blue phase, but the order of abilities is random. Shout of Fear was kind of like that, for example. That was the first boss that had like, it would always cast each ability, but the order of it was random, and that was like I made an add-on actually back then that checks it, what the boss casted and what else he now is able to cast. I mean, they tell me when, I remember back then, but back then we could read read combat information. Would I have made a macro I can press for each spell the boss casted to know what else is still available? I don't think so. I wouldn't bother pressing macros mid-fight to see it. At that point, I can just memorize it. Dungeons level 90, there's a lot of kicks and some dungeons, even though healers got no kicks anymore, so already Blizzard going against what they said. Hopefully your rate's not like that. Yeah, that sounds bad. I mean, kicks in general, bro. I think kicks need to almost go completely. Like, I made a big post on kicks, and I think kicks are just like kicking spells. The amount we are doing in WoW is way too much. I think kicks should be PvP mechanic is good, yes, and on top of that, it should just be another way to interact with the fight, like the extraction button, but a lot less frequent and not like a base go-to thing that you just always use for like, oh, nothing's going on. Yeah, let's add a kick here. Like, no, like it's like a unique mechanic. You can interact with it with a kick. I gave a lot of examples on Twitter on it. Yeah. Isn't that the challenge? Yeah. Don't get me wrong. Kicks are definitely in M Plus is making things a lot harder. It's just not a fun challenge. Like, if it was fun, I would be down to have a lot of kicks. Just send kicks fucking everywhere. But it's just not fun. I don't know. Kicking is the most boring thing, bro. The way it is right now, it's just very boring. You need an evade button as far as you can't kick and drop, but need to evade. You have things like that with extra action buttons. I mean, first boss, you have an extra action button to go through the laser matrix and other mechanics as well. I don't think we need more things that are their baseline. I think we need more things to be situational. So a fight will have a kick doing a unique thing. I mean, I don't know what I posted on that. Let me pull it up again. I had nice examples. One sec. There we go. Here somewhere. There we go. You have an image like on Chromie with your name that you need to kick, so in a way the game coordinates kicks on it. Yeah, that is one thing to make kicks less assignments and more fun. Kickable as soon as health shield is depleted on Galavix. I think this is a good way to implement kicks. One of two slow casting mods. Oh yeah, like deciding a path of abilities or a phase by kicking one mob but not the other one. I think like you have, it's not like about coordinating the kick, it's about what strategy you want to play that you decide by kicking. Like a way to interact with the fight. Okay. And kick to kill a mob is also fine because you can random kick like Razageth, right? You could just throw kicks when you're done with the spells and the CCs. But it could just be only kick as well and only have one stack would be completely fine. But yeah. Okay. Button to interact with is an idea, almost like an extraction button. Yeah, that's how I see kicks. Don't worry that do all the changes rate might be too easy, at least first 2 seasons, or it's going to become joke for top guilds. No, I don't think so. I mean, I think it will be easier for them to balance it, because with add-ons we always were like, well, we're gonna outplay the shit out of this fight, and they won't see it coming, and sometimes they didn't, like Fractilus. I think they didn't expect us to do this good. As Echo, especially. I think the other guilds had worse strats than us. They actually Method did their own strat, I think, but Liquid had a worse strat. But we spent a lot of time in creating a good strat. And with strat, I mean just the walls. And, with the add-on, it was the simplest fight ever. So I think they won't need to think about that. I think that's why it's going to be easier. And they can actually test their stuff as well without having to code add-ons properly. So, I'm not too concerned. And they wouldn't. And also, my guess is that if they don't know themselves, they're uncertain, I think they will rather go for making the game harder than easier and then nerf from there. So I could see in the next expansion that a lot of bosses are overtuned and then they slowly nerf them down. Um, but yeah, I don't know. Of course, can never know. I mean, we had add-ons, no changes, and Galvix happened, right? Like, I don't think it's just about add-ons here. Man, I need another coffee, guys. Maybe I go for a tea, man. What do we do? Wait, this oh my god, this post is long. Yeah, I need some tea, otherwise my voice is gonna go away. We're at the cosmetic add-ons breaking. Why are they breaking? I have no idea, honestly. But maybe. Get some oysters. I heard they're killing good in Turkey. Oysters? What the fuck? Out of nowhere. I did eat oysters only like twice, no, three times in my entire life. I don't know, bro. They taste like nothing. You mix them with stuff so you don't really get the taste of the oyster. They need to lead PTR testing for raids. Yeah, for sure the next step. They must know it's the right thing to do. So epic on Sepulchre when we went there. And we're like, what the fuck? You know, trying to figure it out. The last three bosses were all not tested on Sepulchre, guys. I don't know if you know about that. And it was the best tier, like the best bosses ever. It was so fucking good. Maybe I feel that way because we got first, but I had fun. Hear about the three deaths in Turkey? German family got food poisoning. Oh yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, that was some weird shit. I don't know. Okay, got some tea now. Why are some cosmetic items breaking, guys? I'd like to take a moment to address a technical nuance here. Many players have expressed confusion at seeing reports of some popular cosmetic add-ons no longer functioning as expected at midnight. If we are only focused on combat calculations, why are we seemingly breaking an add-on that only changes the appearance of player and target frames? That is never our intent, but there are a few reasons why that might be the case currently in midnight test builds. The myriad of authors who have created add-ons for WoW over the years have each chosen from among countless different approaches to structuring their code. As a result, two add-ons that provide nearly identical player-facing functionality might be quite dissimilar under the hood, and thus be affected very differently by the changes coming in midnight. Some add-ons can and will work just fine, but they have yet to be updated by their author. The work that they need to do may be very straightforward or may take a significant amount of time. Every expansion in WoW's history has required tweaks to all but the simplest of add-ons. Thus, the out-of-date add-ons pop up with each new major patch. Other add-ons, however, rely on implementations that don't merely reskin pieces of the WoW UI, but rather rebuild them from scratch using raw data about the current combat state. Unfortunately, that particular approach, while by no means inherently wrong, has limitations under our new secret value system. While there are some areas where we cannot bypass these limitations without opening the door to computational logic, we're trying to do everything possible to minimize collateral damage. For example, recognizing that many players enjoy abstract and custom ways of representing their current count of runes on a DK or holy power on Paladin. We recently made all class secondary resources fully non-secret. They're fully non-secret now. It's nice. So I can have my arcane charge by our back as well. Nice. I really like my arcane charges and the way I display them. Um, well, VCourse is no longer existing, I guess, but I think VCourse will also return to midnight. I'm pretty sure. That's the feeling I have. We should make all new all class secondary. We are committed to continuing to work with add-on developers and with the community at large to provide support for robust customizations within this new framework. Why now? That's a good question. Why not wait until all our built-in functionality is fully polished and has had multiple rounds of feedback? Oh, I thought it meant like why this expansion at all. When I first started talking about our concerns with the impact of add-ons on the modern game nearly a year ago, we were still evaluating the feasibility of a solution. True, that's why we got private auras, as well as the right time frame. But we also wanted to gauge community sentiment around the general issue. WoW's history is littered with examples of the dev team trying to solve perceived problems that most players weren't particularly concerned about, and we wanted to reassure ourselves that we weren't headed down that same path here. We were happy to see a lot of positive reactions to the discussion. I'm not going to pretend that there was unanimous support, but the average take was something along the lines of, it would be great if add-ons weren't required, but I'm not sure I trust Blizzard to pull it off. Exactly. I think this is the majority take, and I mean that's very fair. Exactly. This is a huge and challenging project, and I don't expect blind faith and the absence of results. Convinced that we were on the right track with the aims of the project, we shifted to building a roadmap of what it would take to pull off this transformation. The team found that progress on the UI engineering front was moving faster than expected, both in terms of the secret value system and in terms of implementing some of the replacements we knew we would need. They thought they did it faster than they were intending. Okay, that made readiness for the launch of Midnight a real possibility. These changes pretty much have to be made on an expansion boundary, allowing us to build a full slate of content and systems that are meant for a post add on this armament world. That also would explain why there are still like a lot of kicks in N plus, because maybe they initially thought it's not going to be possible. Now they are saying it's going to be possible, so maybe we will see that fine tuning of simplification of things without considering that there won't be add-ons like later, you know. Quite based off as we say that. Yeah. Trying to ask players to relearn content mid expansions without the tools they were using the day before would be a sure recipe for unhappiness. And also, like, they would need to balance the game differently and simplify and stuff differently. Or it would be too easy with add-ons. So yeah, and no matter how much we improve our native UI, we can't build mechanics that are trivially solvable by add-ons, and expected players won't use those tools so long as they still function. Exactly. In the end, we were faced with the decision of either signing up for a couple more years of designing. I see. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, actually. They just didn't want to delay it for another 1.5 years, you know? Because like it would be technically fully ready, let's say, maybe a little bit late after midnight, but wasting another year of playing with full add-on requirement, they just didn't want to do that. I can fully understand that actually now, why they're pushing it to be earlier. I don't think this is the reason they gave in the past though. So around powerful add-ons and ways that make it impossible for us to serve our whole community. We're moving forward now and finding solutions with this new paradigm. And so add-on disarmament is coming with Midnight. And the team is fully committed to giving the community all the support required, tweaking the logic around what is restricted, and making new access points available to add-on developers in order to make this transition successful. Yeah. Okay, what's next? Out of the kickoff beta, we're excited to see a ton of new players get access to Midnight content. But we're especially eager to see structured testing of the end game. The changes to add-ons don't come in a vacuum. They are complemented by a new approach to building raid encounters, dungeon pulls, combat mechanics, and more. So we're looking forward to seeing players have that holistic experience, and we're looking for feedback not just on our UI or evolving add-ons capabilities, but on aspects of end-game combat that might feel unclear or unfair without some of the tools you're accustomed to using. Yeah, like what you said, with there's too many kicks. I think this is the time where actually they might consider feedback for real, because they need it. We're going to be watching closely and listening to feedback through the beta. To us, beta designation means that we have the entirety of the game's content ready for testing. But as far from an endpoint to midnight development, we will be agile and adaptive in close partnership with our community as we roll out regular updates in the weeks and months ahead, improving our base UI experience, adjusting tuning, representative mechanics, and adding new functionality for animals. Yeah, okay, Andy keeps repeating a little bit. I feel like this might be like written in separate times or something, because like making new access points available to other developers, adjusting tuning representation and adding new functionality for other developers. I don't know. Thank you for taking the time to read through this. I understand that there's some but it's natural to worry that the long-term benefits aren't worth the short-term disruption. We're going to do everything possible to ensure that your experience with Midnight is a great one, that customization and self-expression remain hallmarks of WoW's UI, and that the game is more approachable than ever. I don't know. I think this is yeah. It's I'm not surprised by any of this. The only thing that I had not considered was like why now, and not why wait a bit. He reads the part that says thank you. He can fuck off. I don't care what his thanking, dude. Let's make the game good. No, we like Ian. A little bit, at least. Yeah. The only thing that was like kind of news to me is yeah, the reason why they are doing it now, because that was like the only big criticism I had, right? Just develop everything with the UI on WoW side and then remove all the add-ons. But the reason is they just don't want to do it, like the timing. That's the only reason, is what he's saying. I don't know if that's true necessarily, but it makes sense because doing this mid expansion would be weird, and then delaying it for the whole of midnight just because the first patch is going to be a bit shaky would be weird as well. So I think getting the marketing hype of people discussing this endlessly, and also like hyping that with the expansion, and also not having to delay the add-on change, I think makes complete sense. How long is this? Holy fuck. More details on our rules. Wait, is this the same post or what is it? Hello again. Where are these blog posts being posted? Oh. Oh, this is the dev Discord. That's 2 days ago. Okay, I guess it's new. I guess we gotta read it, bro. I'm um like a news encyclopedia, bro. Like people sometimes tell me, "Oh, this is gonna be what's the like how it's gonna be." It was said in an interview, and I'm like, "Nope, I watched every dev interview. It's not like that. I know it. It was never said in a dev interview." But for that, we need to read everything. Ah, wasn't it obvious things like that aren't just done in the middle of an expansion and waiting for the next one is too much? Well, I don't know if waiting for the next one is too much, but they have been making progress, so I don't know. It was not obvious to me, no. I mean, it's fine. You can be smarter than me, lower this. I accept that. I'm not saying I'm the smartest in the room here. People nerd, yeah. I'm an interview nerd, bro. Okay, in a message to WoW UI developers, Blizzard expands their philosophy, noting specific functionality they don't want add-ons to provide. This includes optimal rotation helpers. My monitor again. We gotta fix this, bro. Um, earlier today. Oh yeah, wait, sorry. Optimal rotation helpers and simplify. Optimal rotation helpers. They have this themselves. And simplifying cast names to AoE or frontal. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. More details on add-on removals. Earlier today, UNESCO was supposed to drop large block explaining the reasoning behind the blah blah blah. We know this because we read it. In tandem, the WoW UI Discord has received a message from the WoW UI engineering team giving even more context on specific functionality that they're not looking to allow in. Oh, that they're not going to allow in Midnight, explaining why. This includes changing the names of mobs, spells, and nameplates, coloring nameplates. Oh, strike! The knife in the heart, bro. Holy. They won't be allowing coloring nameplates. Okay. We got it. It's fine. Like, I know this is very big for a lot of people. Even, like, maybe you don't realize it because you're playing it with it already with a UI package, but this is fucking massive. Um, like, it's gonna impact your M plus performance 100%. But at the same time, they said it now. It's fine. Now we need to like learn with deal with it. Yeah, sticks without collars, bro. Holy! At that point, you make like the font fucking massive, so you can read it. I guess add-ons can still do that, right? Like they can't read the secret value. Can they abbreviate? I wonder, because maybe you would just put like the first two letters, depending on the mob name. Maybe that's already a good hint, and then you just make it big. You need to use your eyes and your brain. Oh, that's a challenge, dude. Optimal rotation helpers. What are these rotation helper things? I didn't realize so many people are interested in this. I've not heard of this at all until like when Blizzard posted it, and there was like an add-on, the Heliki or Helsinki or something add-on, and everyone is now talking about this. So surprised. How do you even play with that? Just like react constantly to like what icon is gonna pop up. It feels like it's harder to do that. How will I know when I rip Agron nameplate color don't change? GG's. They also address the concern of players that will be shut out of content they enjoy. That's so dramatic, bro. People you're gonna be shut out of content you enjoy because you can no longer color nameplates, have an optimal rotation helper that is optimal, not the Blizzard one, because that's not optimal enough. And you can't change the names of mobs and spells. Oh, GG's. You can no longer play the game. It's over. So dramatic, bro. Everyone is so dramatic. It's crazy. God damn. Hello again. As the alpha phase of Midnight comes to a close and beta begins, we would like to take a moment to hit the pause button, answer some of your common questions, and reflect on the process so far. He's thanking people, don't care. We have been keeping a close eye on the issues you raised and have created over 50,000 bugs from them so far. We know that analyzing each set of changes, making necessary updates to your add-on code, and providing us with this feedback takes time and effort for you, and we truly appreciate you taking the time to do so. Yeah, for the add-on developers, this is the... I can understand the add-on developers crying. Like, it must be big tilt. Like, you worked hard, you made a project, it's now out there, and Blizzard is like, nope, you gotta change everything, how everything works. That must be a tilter. So I understand the tilt from them. The big problem is that right now all maps are named faction name caster or faction name melee. And they please only display faction name GL distinguishing item. Good luck distinguishing. Yeah. No, I agree. I don't think it's good. I mean, the thing is, but that will change. Like, obviously, like that's something changeable, right? Is the issue isn't that then? So even if not, you're not gonna be shut out of gameplay, bro. Oh, it's an issue. I agree with you. I did the dungeon as well. It's actually hard to distinguish them, but also it's okay. Like, just ask Grok to refactor it. What are we even talking about? Can you do that actually? Let's try Elon. Yeah. What's the goal of this initiative? Wait, Ian and Elon. What the fuck? When you take... Dude, I just realized this. If you just go here and you just add a... What the fuck? This whole thing changed. Where was it? Oh, like Ian looks like... Okay, holy fuck. I didn't expect this to cover. If you put an E here, it looks like Elon. Look at that. What does this mean? Maybe Ian's name is like a typo. And it was supposed to be Elon. And they were like, wait, is it an I or an L? I guess it's an I, and then just went with it. Covers the subject in much more detail than supposed, but perhaps the simplest way to express the overall philosophy of this project is add-ons should not be able to provide a competitive advantage in combat while preventing add-ons from being able to trivialize encounter mechanics is certainly part of the goal. That isn't the entirety of the goal. Anytime a plurality of players... What is that? A plurality of players? Does that just mean players? Number of players. Oh, plurality means majority? Oh, dude, I didn't know. What the fuck? I feel like plural just means like multiple, I thought. I'm lost. Oh, this is like a political term. More words than any other, but not the majority. Ah, okay. It's not the majority, but it's the most preferred option. I see. I didn't know that word. That's a cool word. Okay. Agrees that a certain add-on is required to perform competitively in end-game content or with a certain spec. That is a problem. While we have no issue with add-ons customizing how combat information we show in our UIs presented to players, whether for accessibility or personal preference reasons, players should never feel like they are at a competitive disadvantage if they choose not to use an add-on. What specific functionality are we aiming to prevent add-ons from providing? Making encounter decisions for the player. When an When add-on can process combat information to make decisions for players, it means that players no longer need to make the decision themselves. This in turn lowers the challenge in our combat and encounters, but only for players using these add-ons. To make up for this reduction in challenge, our designers must rely more heavily on Twitch gameplay, shorter enemy cast times, increased punishment for not executing perfectly. This results in players who choose not to use add-ons, and even those that do in some cases having to deal with a much higher level of moment-to-moment complexity. I think this is the big difference that people refer to when they say like the difference between WoW and Final Fantasy. Like when people played Final Fantasy for the first time back when like the streamers started getting into it and blind rating and stuff, they were saying always, well, if you just play the mechanics, like if you just play the strategy, it's gonna be fine. And oftentimes that got interpreted as like the DPS check being easy, but there are actually hard DPS checks in Final Fantasy. But there's no Twitch gameplay really. Like it's all kind of like you know what you're gonna do, you know what you're gonna get, or you're gonna get an option out of let's say three things. Like you might either do this or that or this, but you're not gonna at a random time be affected by a random thing and you need to react to it immediately. It's all a lot more planned and you have enough time to digest the info. And I mean, Twitch gameplay is good sometimes, but the issue is when you have to do it every time. I think a variety of like difficulties depending on what you do is a much healthier way. You know, you can have a fight where you need communication, like the robot fight. I forgot its name, where you need to say the colors of the other guy. Then you can have a fight like what's the Aras with like CCs. You can have a fight where I would say Nexus King is quite comparable to Twitch gameplay with like planning on how quickly you move and stuff, and the breaths coming from left, right, center. Yeah, you don't have. I guess. Yeah, you don't really have like a full fight that is only performing the strat and everything else is super easy in WoW. I would say there are aspects of it, but there's always some Twitch gameplay included. Also, Araz was also a bit crazy actually with when the different collectors can target you randomly and just one-shot you. That's also some crazy difficulty, which I don't even know if they did that intentionally. I don't think so. Same with the aberrations on Dimensius or the zappers on Mugsy. Hopefully they change the pack design if they are killing nameplates. Having 40 mobs on screen and all look the same, have the same looking nameplate and are casting useless shit, but one of them will one-shot you. It's not going to be enjoyable if you can't color code rename. No, I definitely agree. I think, didn't they say they're gonna make certain casts be like highlighted? I feel like they said something like that. Maybe they said it should be highlighted, but they didn't say like they definitely will do it. Because in the current M Plus, there are casts that are just like random, like Shadow Bolt. I just like is nothing. Sometimes it targets random players, which is really deadly and high M Plus, and sometimes it just targets always a tank, and it's like completely whatever. You only interrupt it if you want to move it, kind of. And then sometimes it's a Shadow Bolt volley, and you don't notice any difference between the casts, and it's like not necessarily the name is not necessarily called Shadow Bolt and Shadow Bolt Volley. Like it will be something less obvious. Even the name won't help you necessarily, you know. And you just wipe to it, and then you're like, oh, okay, now I need to interrupt this. Current episode support emphasized cast with large cast bar. Oh, really? I didn't see that. Maybe if I enabled it, I would see it. Just check. Yeah, I don't know if it was there on alpha at least. I think I didn't notice anything on the alpha dungeons I did. But I'll check, sir. Thank you, Lourdes. Where were we, dude? Oh yeah, here. APIs affected. Most of these APIs that allow add-on to provide this functionality are combat log events, add-on communication, and player debuffs, enemy information, spellcast, auras, health, power is also involved, but there are also cases where player or group member health and power can be used to make these decisions. So we have been cautious about imposing those values fully as well. We know that not having full access to some of this combat information is a burden for other types of add-ons as well. For example, unit frame add-ons. So we are actively looking for ways to address the pain points in those usages without making this information non-secret. I don't even know what now the issue is with unit frame add-ons, actually. I think they said that you can do everything. Like, people were saying, like, you can't color your HP bar depending on the health you have. Do people actually do that? Do you guys turn your HP red when you're low HP? Is this like a LUI thing or something? I've never done that. But you were saying emphasize cast bars or something. Casts. I guess we go nameplates. Where do you see it? Where do you have that? Is it Oh, did they fix the nameplate stacking? Nah. Stacking nameplates is still very weird. Oh, I do have it. Highlight and forecast. Highlight inventory by enemy. Okay, I think they were just not in when I played. I did not see this ever. Also, this highlighted view looks more like an uninterruptible spell rather than important cast. But yeah, I mean, that you get used to. Okay. Creating optimal rotation helpers. Honestly, I don't give a fuck about this. Like, I don't know. What is optimal rotation helper, bro? How many of you guys are using this stuff? No way, or? Ban anyone that's using this. What? I'm just kidding. It's a joke, guys. You have too lazy to learn rotation. Do you, when you say me, do you mean you're using this what's it called, the one button rotation, or are you actually using something that tells you what spell to press? Yusehiri. Really? I've never tried it, I guess. I just can't imagine it being good. Like, it also can't take everything into account that much. Default Blizzard supports already. Yeah, I know. Guild Keepers of Ethikili. It's based on SimC APL, right? Is it? That also, like, doesn't make much sense because even SimC APL, like, it's not, you're playing a fight, you're not in a dummy test. Like, there will be damage amps, there will be movement, there will be mechanics coming on you. And you just look at what glows and you try to press it. What if you can't because of a situation going on right now? You just delay and press like a filler spell or something. And just, I don't know. Like, sometimes you will want to delay your CDs because there's ads coming up and stuff. Like, how do you even just start ignoring it sometimes? And also, seeing it and reacting to it Or does it tell you like a list of abilities? Or does it just tell you the next ability you gotta press? It's just the next one, right? I feel like that's harder, honestly. Some crazy cooked reaction test. Keybind to enable or disable major CDs. That's crazy. From a mob or various, so it changes between single and target rotation or AV rotation, nothing else. Can disable CD and Achille and break it down to basic rotation and still use your own brain to adapt movement and CD. I don't know, bro. It sounds just harder, yeah, in my head. It's like constant. It's like another thing you have to look at, and I don't know. I guess maybe what you could do is like there are situational moments where you need to do something that's like a small DPS gain to, I don't know, send an arcane orb, and because you're gonna overcap on stacks and you didn't need it for a movement, and it can tell you to use it or something. I don't know, like some weird case. I don't know though. I don't see it helping me. I mean, it can help you in certain cases, but I feel like the benefit is not enough to add another thing. Download it and try it. I mean, this is gonna die soon anyway, so who cares, bro? Do you think Microsoft are gonna fill in the place of Icarus next expansion? Because I think your analysts are for sure gonna test the waters. I'm not sure what exactly is possible to do there, but I'm sure wondering. The things that are gonna fill in place of Icarus are pings, target markers, and reading rate frames better, like just the skill to do that. Rate positioning is gonna help you with things, and more pre-assignments before the fight, and like pictures and assigning you where you will go if you did get a debuff, and priority depending on the mechanic, it might be priority lists as well. Like who's most likely to go to the most left side with a debuff, and who's the one that's always gonna go right, and then a priority there in between. These are the things that will replace it. So how does macros help with that? Is like you could have a macro to ping yourself. I think that's gonna be a standard thing that everybody will have in high end. You might also have a macro to ping your partner and yourself for a mechanic like Soul Hunter dispels, right? You gotta be on the guy that you want to transfer the debuff to when you get dispelled. So you ping both of them, yourself and your partner, and you just put your partner ahead of time into your macro. I don't know how we're gonna do things like requesting innervate and stuff. I don't know what the UI shows exactly, but another macro is, and this might be for innervate use as well, is whispering people. I think the chat log is gonna be a relevant thing as well, and you want that properly visible, and you're gonna whisper people to like give you an innervate or kick next, or I don't know, taunt even. I mean, okay, you would probably not just call taunts, but yeah, it's too frequent. Because innervate put moon on my own head. No, I don't know if you ping the healer, if they can see easily who pinged you. That could be a thing, like a specific marker you ping with if you want to get an external or something. But I mean, you won't even know what external is available, so probably not gonna have that. unless it's like a unique thing, like a spell warding that will always be reserved for you, and the timing is the variable thing here. Aside from that, for macros, I don't think there's much else that will be macroed. But yeah. Pings, whispers, target markers, word markers as well is going to be used for communication for sure. Yeah. Season 1 will be for Chaos and Azeroth. Yeah, I mean, it definitely will be chaotic, and there's going to be new things of dealing with mechanics, new ways. But I think it's going to be more fun ways than coding, honestly. For me, it will be more fun ways, because you will be actively doing something rather than add-on telling you things. They're adding externals, right? They're adding externals on you. You will see when you have an external, which you couldn't before. It was like in the buff list, which is completely useless with 30 buffs. But you won't see the cooldown of externals. At least that's I never tested it honestly, but that's what I was told, I think. Also would make sense. I think if they would allow external tracking, they would also allow kick tracking. Also healing cooldown tracking. Like I don't think they wanna do that. Marks are way better for signal for healers as they mostly pay attention to rate frames. Yeah, maybe mark with a combined ping or something. Um, an external, put blue in my head. I cast external. I clear blue marker. Could be, yeah. Like requesting external might mean that you put a marker on your head. And yeah, but yeah, that could be a thing. I don't know. It depends also on how hard these mechanics will be and if you will need those externals. And like, honestly, most of the time, I think hard assigning externals are most of the time better. It's for specific situations, specific abilities. And on those, like you will have it reserved, the healer will have it reserved anyway, so that you don't need to request one anyways. Like let's say on Mach Z, you get the shot that focuses you, right? The line or the spray and pray. I mean, the healer can just look at the target of the boss and external that guy. He doesn't need to request it. And randomly requesting externals, it will save lives sometimes right now, but you also have so many other personals. It's a rare occasion, I would say. Like you might as well just say one heal, please. I lack defensive or something. Um, I don't know. I don't think it's that big that you lack that. I mean, this is where it would also even the playing field. I think 99% of the players are not able to use that properly, anyways. Like they would use it in a wrong way. Um, or as a team, they would use it in a wrong way so that the healers would get confused. Like 5 people asking for externals, is GG's. It means they're dying. So I don't think it's a big worry people need to have. Yeah. Okay. Simplify enemy names healer, cast names frontal, or colorize unit names based on priority. Coloring unit nameplates based on priority? You color the unit nameplates based on the type of mob they are. Like a caster or someone you stop. What sort of priority? While its functionality may seem somewhat benign at first, it has played an important part in reducing the challenge level and endgame content over the last several years. Particularly on Plus, for most of WoW's history, learning which enemies were the highest priority. Ah, okay. Or what to do with a certain spell when a certain spell is being cast has required knowledge built up through practice and research. Okay, but when adults are able to call out exactly which enemies to kill first, which casts to interrupt, and which enemies to run away from, that knowledge is no longer necessary. With that knowledge and mastery no longer required, we must compensate through other means in order to maintain a satisfying level of challenge for players. Larger packs of enemies become the norm, as do shorter cast times on lethal spells. Essentially, we are forced to replace mastery and knowledge gained through time with Twitch gameplay that punishes players who aren't using add-ons and or have slower reaction times. Punishes players who have slower reaction times. I mean, I think that's okay, yeah. Uh, God damn it. We recognize that our current naming approach does not always provide enough clarity, especially with longer creature or cast names. So we are also working on ways to address this on the design side for Midnight. Yeah, I mean that's good. The only issue is I don't understand. I don't necessarily agree with like the practice and research being important on the nameplate coloring. Um, I thought what they would have done is coloring the nameplates themselves, honestly. I thought that's what they're gonna do to indicate like difference between mobs. Um, or just drastically reduce the amount of special mobs that need special attention. But it looks like that's not what they're doing. Or like you could make them like also like big or something, right? Even a bigger nameplate on like a bigger mob. That would make sense to me. It doesn't look like that's what they're doing. If you allow allies to NFS between enemies and enemy spellcast or the primary ones that need to be locked down. What happened to my tea, bro? Oh, it fully went in. I'm locked down to prevent this behavior. Without add-ons providing this function, won't players be shut out of content they enjoy. Again, this is dramatic. The gameplays are really bad right now. It's mainly just garbage talking points. Yeah, but I mean, also it being really bad right now doesn't really matter because the game is not out right now. Like, the damage meter doesn't even exist. You can't even use it. But they're working on it, obviously. Yeah, like I don't know. I don't think that's what right now is going on in terms of like not in terms of philosophy, but in terms of what they have. I don't think it's really that important. I think focus on the philosophy. Like that's why, you know, I'm saying nameplate coloring they could do it themselves. I don't think it's necessarily bad, but I'm not focusing on so much on the names right now being bad. Like yeah, they're aware of it. Yeah, like so we're also working on ways to address this design. Whether they do it or not, I don't know. Whether they're gonna make it in time or not. There probably will be mistakes, guys. Yeah, but also, you giving the feedback to them that right now the names of the mobs suck. I mean, they are already aware. At least, like you getting mad about this won't change anything. But maybe, like if the philosophy is wrong, you could give feedback on that, like why that is wrong. And they did do changes based on that, right? Or if it's affecting other things by mistake as collateral damage. Wonder what class is gonna be top damage but bottom of the meters. Wait, what? You think the damage of meters just won't work at all? I think the only hard part is like augmentation, right? It's like the rest should be fairly easy to figure out. Like it either will just work or it won't work at all. But I would think that will work fine. The damage meter, it's not that complicated, I would think. Um, Yeah, this was the most common voice we have heard expressed, not only among add-on developers, but among players at large. The important thing to remember here is that we are not making these add-on changes in a vacuum. They are being paired with significant changes to our combat encounters as well. Now that add-ons will no longer be able to think for the player, we have been able to reduce our reliance on the measures we leaned on previously to provide challenge. When players are not told immediately what to do when an enemy starts casting a lethal spell, we can increase the cast time on that spell. When players affected by a certain debuff are not automatically marked by an add-on, so other players can stack on or run away from them. You can give players more time to realize what they should do in those situations and then execute. And when add-ons cannot tell the player exactly which spell to cast at any given time, we can reduce the complexity of our spec rotations. So players can decide on their own which spells to cast next. I'm still so surprised that this is such a big talking point. The rotation helper things. We've been busy making these needed adjustments to our classes and counters and look forward to players being able to experience them in beta and after launch. And also, they have their own optimal rotation helper as well. What the fuck? Or is that a rotation helper but not optimal? Is that the difference? I don't know. How these changes affect accessibility has been one of our main focuses throughout this project, and we're of the strong belief that we should be adding necessary accessibility features to our base game and not relying solely on add-ons to pick up that slack. As such, we have been adding accessibility focused features like the new combat audio alert system, beep. We know all of this. I will continue to work on them all the way up through the launch. We know that we won't have time to bring every add-on accessibility feature into the base game by launch, and there will be a great deal of accessibility functionality that add-ons can still provide at midnight, so we are focusing on the features that add-on will no longer be able to provide first, with many more features coming post-launch. Interesting. I wonder what's gonna happen post-launch still. Reflections on alpha plus or beta. Alpha has been a world window of activity. We will also probably get features like right before the raid releases and stuff. Oh shit. Gotta watch out, bro. It's the AMD CPU. Holy moly. Oh shit. My desk actually broke. The CPU is insane. Alpha has been a whirlwind of activity for our team, filled with ongoing work on these add-on restrictions as well as the many UI features in Midnight. Cooldown, tip-top-top, external defensives, and more. We are happy with how the secret value system has performed and with the adjustments we have made throughout Alpha, but we also recognize that we still have a lot of work ahead of us. I think the secret value system is actually quite smart, by the way, I gotta say. I think this is the... I couldn't have thought of a better system, honestly. Allowing the nice, cosmetic options and even formatting numbers and everything, while not seeing it and making decisions based on it. It sounds like the best way. I don't know. I'm not an add-on dev. You tell me, guys. But this sounds pretty smart. Your feedback is absolutely vital in this process. We know the things we want to prevent add-ons from doing and which APIs need to be changed to accomplish that. What is often a lot harder for us to predict is exactly how those changes will affect add-ons attempting to provide other types of functionality. This is an area where you and as add-on developers are truly the experts, and as such, we are relying on your feedback to point out these pain points. With that in mind, our plans for beta are centered around the following: concentrating our efforts on making highest impact changes to reduce pain points for add-ons. We acknowledge that we are not going to have time to address all the pain points you have been pointing out before pre-patch, so it is of utmost importance that we identify and work on the changes that will have the largest possible impact. Open direct communications lines with more add-on developers. I mean, I don't think there's anything of substance here. Fuck it, I'm going to read it. I'm almost at the end. Concentrating on the highest impact changes requires us to be able to identify exactly what those high priority changes are, so we would like to reach out to more of you directly to chat. While we have had and continue to have direct contact with a number of different add-on developers who are looking to broaden that reach in beta, time is limited, so we will be concentrating those efforts mostly on developers of widely used add-on libraries, particularly those that facilitate visual customizations. We will be reaching out to some of you over the coming weeks to open those lines of communication. That makes sense because they keep like talking to the people, the add-ons that most people use, and those guys are just mad because their add-on no longer works. And the feedback they provide is like, well, my add-on's not going to work anymore. And people like this add-on. And no one gives a fuck that people like it. They're aware they like it. They're still changing it, yeah? So focusing on the visual customization add-ons makes a lot of sense. Please note that even if you aren't among this group, it doesn't mean that your feedback is not important to us. We'll continue to monitor all of your feedback threads and make necessary tasks from them. Thank you again for... Yeah, the thank you can always skip. Oh, shit. Real voice. Yeah, sorry. My voice changer didn't work anymore. Well, if you don't know yet, it doesn't matter to you, I suppose. What are we talking about? What did Volpino say? What is the secret value system? Oh, no, you definitely, there's a word that you don't know it and it might be important to you. Basically, instead of telling you what, let's say, HP you have or what your cooldown is on things or what, I don't know, the next boss cast timer for an ability is or whatever, it just tells you, it gives you, it tells it to you, but you can't make any decisions based on that. And instead you just like plug that into your system. I don't know how it works with like unit frames and stuff though, because it needs to, like, you need to show your health bar in a way, right? And you don't know how much health you have. So it must be done like in a different way. Like it won't tell you you have 50% health. Put your, so, and then read if, I don't know, like, I guess it would work. Never mind. Yeah, I guess like you multiply the pixels by the secret value or whatever of your health bar, but you never know what the secret value is. Yeah. It gives you a variable like remaining health, and you call it based on that. I don't think you can call it based on remaining health. That's the thing. You can show the remaining health directly as it is. You can probably do like multiplication with it or something like that, but you can't check what it is and do something based off that, if that makes sense. Yeah, you can probably change it, but you can't use it to see what it is. I'm guessing. I'm not a I don't dev actually, so this might be a bit different than what I'm thinking here, but it makes sense to me. This will say that their help is not optimal. I see. Yeah. Okay. Holy fuck, we're done though. Damn, this was a long one, bros. Did I check all the news up until this was 4 days ago? Okay, we didn't actually check the last ones, but surely there wasn't anything. Players exploiting the remix keys. Yeah, ban all of them. More new mount models with lamp up, cutting edge decor rewards, class tuning, starting. Oh yeah, this was the we want to look at the mate stuff, and plus affix changes in midnight. New display icons and reference in midnight beta. I swear I already saw this like long ago. No, this is not 4 days ago. I think they are recycling news here. Data midnight beta class changes. Yep, 4 days ago. Login screen reveal class survival guide. That might be interesting. We look at that. We already have that internally with our own guys, but let's see what's missing that I don't know about. Getting some cues for Legion Assault scenario, new achievements for training grounds, integration, restoration issues. To meta, midnight alpha offline, new warlock, new hunter taming item, Everson wood pop. Heroic World Tier inspires a new prey feature in midnight. I want to see what they think of this. Sorry. The good. Prey brings out a unique way to simply enjoy the combat gameplay of World of Warcraft. Completing the objectives and keeping tabs on when it's time to complete your hunt is good fun. The occasional ambush brings an element of surprise as well, making you stay on your toes. The affixes presented with each typically gives a system of fun challenge available to all different types of players. These affixes also do an excellent job catering to the theme of prey hunts. For all that, each boss has unique abilities, with bosses rotating difficulty each week. Fun to see how certain bosses feel on normal difficulty versus hard or nightmare difficulty. Is this a sponsored post? Oh. Okay, the bad. No system without its quirks, and this was especially true regarding tuning of nightmare difficulty. Nightmare difficulty introduced 5 tool effects, and sometimes certain effects happen all the time. All at the same time. Trying to kill any target while avoiding fixating ads on top of occasional ambush from your target, it feels like death is your only option. Not to mention death's really extremely punishing with your hunter's momentum. You're saying your hunt progress. Yeah, I think this also didn't work properly. Definitely stay present throughout the entire zone of swarming and feel no one like a literal nightmare getting into any sort of combat throughout the zone. Conclusion, prefer comparably to the difficulty of that heroic world tier introduced with Legion Remix. So if you enjoyed the challenge that heroic world tier brought, you will likely find yourself enjoying Prey. Bosses felt unique. The rewards were a nice bonus, and the Luster boss runner helps you immerse in the hunt. If you have experienced great hunts from Dragonflight, Prey allows a similar format with completing objectives and traversing throughout the zone, but with much more exciting combat scenarios mixed in between. Some slight tuning adjustment to Iron Outbreak is going to be another great activity to enjoy in the expansion. Yeah, I mean, the tuning is gonna change, like make or break this for sure. Right now, the work content, like the first steps, were harder than the last boss, and it was a bit too hard, I would say, and not like hard in a fun way either. So they do have the same, they do share the same opinion, it seems, pretty much, that this was too hard. They didn't mention that the boss was easy in comparison, but it's obvious. Um, definitely seems more positive than what I thought, but maybe they are more hopeful than I am as well. Yeah. Definitely not what I thought though when I heard of this system, how it's gonna be. It's I would say a lot less random when it comes to when you're gonna fight, and a lot more random in terms of whether you're gonna live or not. So I'm able to do past tier 3 delve no matter how many I do. 3, 4 doesn't unlock. Might be on stuck on like the first weeks. It was also max 3 delve levels and uh like launch week till heroic opens or the season opens, right? That's why you also kept your keys and stuff for later. I guess they might be doing the same thing. Would also make sense. Otherwise, delves are kind of OP for early weeks. Yeah. Okay. Check, check, check. Last survival guide. Oh yeah, this is interesting. This is a good post, I think. Oh, but this is like just listing everything, not based on importance or what. Summary. Surely more things change. This should be a summary, like they say. Uh, how did Abel Limburg guys run additional pulling enemies further than 8 yards from you every second? The same enemy can only hold once every 4 seconds. I don't remember the changed functionality. Uh, have been merged. Oh, that's good. And now also silence enemies for these things. I didn't know that was a thing actually. Just thought I just knew the CDR. I don't know if the silence was always a thing. Was this always a thing? The silence? There's no way, right? Silence for these things. AOE silence and mass grip? Was that a thing? I had no idea, dude. That's weird. That I didn't know that. That's so weird. So much about this game. Uh, let's see. We look at mages. See what they deemed important to put. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, this is way too detailed. This is not what I want. Like cryo freeze being removed. It's important as a mage, but I'm not gonna read every other class. Um, yeah, no, fuck this post. I don't like it anymore. Better class changes. Let's look at mage here though. If we have any changes, surely we did. Let's say fire. Jesus, bro. Can I find mage, guys? Okay, arcane surely does not that much. Finally, I found mage. Okay. Um, arcane barrage buff, arcane blast buff. Oh, but arcane marriage overall nerf. Arcane blast a big buff though, way bigger than the nerf. Just saying. Missile buff as well, but it's pretty much just making up for the nerfs. Clear casting only 3% from this. Okay. Oh wow, they nerfed Fireball. They must have given Arc a fire an overall buff, is what I'm guessing. Flame Strike buff, Pyroblast is getting buffed. That's weird. Okay. Pyromaniac. Casting Fireblast on hot streak is active. New deal harmful spell. Scald. Activates bronze value. Okay, whatever. Alright, so fire, basically no change. Frost. Nerfs to 7% nerf. Damn. Shatter also even more nerf. Comet Storm hitting 8 yards now. That's good. Oh, they buffed Fingers of Frost a little bit, relatively. Or they kept it good. Flurry much. Oh, they didn't just rework the icon. They made it way stronger as well. Resistance Fracture and Impact healing up to 2 additional. Bigger cleave. Freezing rain. The last ones have freezing. Zami is not. 50% apply freezing. I don't know what that even means. I guess it still applies freezing, but just with RNG. Frozen Orb. Big buff to that. Very nice lands. Blizzard damage increased by 10%. This is increasing Blizzard and Flurry now. What the fuck? That's weird. There's AoE and single target talent. Glacial Spike. Big buff to Glacial Spike. Damn. You can cast those Frostbolts now. Glacial Spike did feel a bit useless, so it makes sense. Hand of Frost doing more damn. Means Ray of Frost is even stronger now. What's that raising? Quickly fling it. Tuck. Oh, Ice Sense also takes 5 stacks of freezing. That's weird. First upgrades. Yeah. Flurry flies 1 additional missile. I guess that means also 1 additional stack of freezing. I wonder if they increase the cap of freezing as well. That's something that we gotta test, it seems. Because you get more freezing and you shatter more. Means you can pull less of it. Shatter's damage increased by 10% of Ice Lance's damage. Okay. Ray of Frost got a buff even. What the fuck? Okay. And it shows damage by 10%. Master Lancer. Oh, is that the... Is that the talent here over here? Oh. Damn. The iconic talent that like allowed you to stack the more Ice Lances you cast, the more damage it does, is gone now. It said your Flurry has a 100% chance to cast your Ice Lance, cast an additional time at 100% effectiveness. they're bringing Flurry in much more into the rotation. It was kind of like this extra button that I forgot about, so it makes sense. You gain 5% haste from all sorts of haste. And position changed. Did they fill in all the question mark talents? Oh, they did. No more question marks, guys. Also position changes. Fire empowerment. They just fire damage to enemies, and now explosion impact in 50% of this damage up to 5 nearby enemies. Holy, Frost Firebolt, massive upgrade. Okay. When Ice Sunshine has 5 or more freezing strikes, targets freeze with 1 stack of freezing. Okay. So all of the things we read for nothing on Spellslinger. And then what? That's for Firebolt, add 1 more freezing stack as well, so everything is for nothing. That'd be crazy. I guess 5 makes more sense because like you can divide 20 by 5 and 10 by, like, I don't know, just 5 is easier to than doing it with 4, right? To know whether you can do 1 more Ice Lance or not. Or how many you can do. I don't know. Maybe that's the reason. Are all mage specs doing good, or they're pretty much forcing everyone into playing 1 spec again? I mean, rotation wise, I would say the most complex one is Arcane, still. Into Frost, into Fire. Whether they're good numbers wise, I don't know, but rotation wise, I would say they're all fine. I think Fire is probably still the most fun one. Frost feels like it should be fun, but it's not that fun. Maybe it's different when you play it in a raid setting also, like in M+. When you're like leveling, it's kind of... Frost looks really weird. Frost feels really weird. I don't know why. I'm not a fan of this freezing system. I don't even know why it is bad. Maybe it's because you can't track it easily. Like right now for the freezing stats, you just gotta stare at your nameplates. I don't know. And like different mobs have different freezing stats. It's kind of hard to keep track of. And not really fun either. I would say this is not an improvement to what Frost had, personally. I don't know how current Frost is also, honestly. I haven't played it since a long time. But just like Fingers of Frost, Brain Freeze procs. I never liked this Flurry change as well, that it has 2 stacks and it's an active spell you can use. I think Flurry should just be an on-proc spell that you use only on proc and you never use it outside of that. That's how it felt good to me always. It feels weird otherwise. I don't know. I think just bring back... honestly, I think just bring back Antorus Frost Mage. And the goal is like squeezing in another Ice Lance within your Flurry. You know, like back then you could Flurry and then Ice Lance twice. Because the Shatter Freeze thing would... like the flurries would land later than your Ice Lance, and there would be a process. And like you could go extra far with your flurry and walk forward and Ice Lance during that. I think that was a good Frost Mage. You were just overcapping a little bit on your procs. So I would want to have that with just less procs. And I think it would be and just give Icy Veins back without the extension of it. Without the extension of Ice Lances. I think I don't like that. That it gets longer and longer and gets super punished when you're playing mechanics. And I think that would be a perfect Frost. Shimmer dancing. Exactly, shimmer dancing. You could do the shimmer. You could also do it with walking forward, depending on your haste, I guess. I don't know what it was. Um, I think that was just good, man. I don't know. It was intuitive. Like once you understood it, like the whole spec, it was like easy to read. I wouldn't need any sort of add-on rotation help or anything. Yeah, I don't know. I even liked like removing Eben Bolt. I think is fine. But also Glacial Spike being its own spell that you can also combine with a Pet Freeze. I think that was also really cool. I'm sad they're getting rid of that. I mean, I don't even know if it is a thing on beta, on retail. Like I said, I don't play Frost since a long time, but shattering your Glacial Spike with a Pet Freeze on M Plus always felt good to me, and felt really rewarding, really really rewarding. Or even Frost Nova. Sometimes you would Glacial Spike, blink Frost Nova into mobs, or Frost Nova far away, or Comet Storm into Frost Nova. Don't see how this is better at all, honestly. If I think about it, you made me realize now that I enjoyed Frost back in the days a lot, and now it's just not good at all, honestly. Also, I don't understand why it has 20 stacks as well. This freezing thing, and they do like these fine tunings with you get one stack back when you ice lance if you're spell slinger. Like, what are we talking about? If you want to have it to have multiple stacks and you want to have this pooling mechanic, just make ice lance shatter one stack and add a cap of 3 stacks. I don't know. I guess they want to like also like Cone of Cold gives you 3 stacks on each target. Like, what? I don't know. You combine it with Blizzard, but then what are you gonna? I guess does Comet Storm shatter your stacks? I noticed that in the gameplay. I actually didn't read that anywhere, but I think that's how it works. And this, I don't know if that's documented anywhere even, but I think when I was playing it, special shadow your enemies deal. Shatter. That's right. He's considering all stacks of freezing and dealing with stack removed. Yeah, I swear I saw Comet Storm was shattering my freezing. Let's see it. Maybe I'm just fully cooked, bro. What is happening here? I guess that's a reload. Like I said, fire on the other hand, I think the only thing fire needs is Scorch back as a spell, and force the meteor build. You should have meteor. You just have 2 little buttons otherwise. And lastly, during Pyroclasm, it should allow you to cast while moving with your pyro. That's it. That's all it needs. If you put those things in, fire's gonna be great. In my opinion. I think it's gonna be amazing. If you don't, I think it's gonna be a little bit weird to play. Okay. But I don't even know how I can play this right now. I'm just gonna relog, I guess, and see what happens. Pyroclasm while moving would be sick. No, I mean it's of course. I mean it's a no-brainer, honestly. It would just be better. It would just be better, especially with the shimmer nerfs. It would also balance that out, and the scorch nerfs. Okay, I mean, then again, I do say bring scorch back as well, but you also had lost Phoenix Flames, right? Like it's fine, I think. For all I care, they could make Scorch only available during execute, so you don't actually do it during your combustion. I'm okay with that. But during execute, I think you should have Scorch, at least. Guys, what the fuck? I cannot play. I guess I guess I can't copy my character. I'll just work on my Haran ear, bro. 100 I think a massive meteor nearly on CD would feel so good. Yeah. I mean, I think it's like 45-second cooldown. So you either keep that and you send it on every combustion probably, or you could send it on AoE situations depending on if that's good. Okay, what the fuck is it? Is this add-ons or something? Maybe it's a Blizzard move. It was. Damn. Okay, we got bamboozled. We go back to the other mage. And with Arcane, they added the second touch of the Magi and built the spec around that. I don't know, man. I'm not a big fan of the second touch of the Magi. Like, it's an interesting change, but touch of the Magi is already a tilt to plan because the targets might die and stuff. I don't know. And like it locks you from target swapping. I don't know what I would have done exactly on Arcane. Oh, come on, bro. Wait. Okay. They're still enabled. All good. I was gonna lose it, guys. Okay. We're going with Frostfire. Ah. Damage from meteor shatters 2 stacks of freezing. That's why it was shattering. Okay. I don't know what else shatters. Is it just... Oh my goodness. Let's put some of these... abilities in here quick. Also, let's see how much Glacial Spike hits for. Where's my Frozen Orb? Oh, yeah. I don't find the keybind for it. This doesn't matter. Doesn't really matter either. Okay. But these nameplates, what are they doing? Wait, can I shatter somebody else's? Wait, you're just sitting at 20 stacks. What if I attack this guy as well? Okay, I can track my freezing here actually. I guess that's how I'm supposed to do it. But this is also really weird. Okay, first of all, this looks very bad, right? Like, you have the stacks and the duration. Like, what the fuck? This is pretty fucking bad. I don't know. I guess I need to make it bigger or whatever. But also, you kind of want to know which target has this, so I don't see myself tracking this here on an M+ fight. Like, I don't know. Wait, what? Oh, it was giant. I guess I have Fingers of Frost, but I'm not showing spell thingies. Yeah, I am showing it. Spell alert. Am I blind, bro? Oh no, I am showing it. What the fuck? Okay. Holy. Definitely feels like... Oh, okay, it's because I have all the gear. No, actually it's not. Is it? I don't know what the gear I had. I was gonna say it definitely feels like I'm doing more damage. It's also hard to see though, because the damage numbers and the nameplates are overlapping so much. It's 12k crits with my Frost Firebolt. Where's the Glacial Spike? Wait. Didn't I get Glacial Spike every time I cast Frostbolt? Is this because I'm Frost Firebolting? Was that a 60k crit? Or 6k? Glacial Spike, I'm trying to see. Oh no, I Glacial Spike just got ready actually. I know, right? 57k! I don't know why this guy. I guess all my items must be just making me really strong. Well, this is hard to tell without a damage meter. But yeah. Actually, also Ray, yeah, the Antorus Frost Mage with Ray of Frost on top also. It's kind of nice. I wish I was a class designer, bro. I could make the perfect mage for me. The buff freezing by 500%, I probably still ignore it. Oh, are you supposed to ignore freezing for now? Is that the meta? Every time there's a frost or complete scout, there's currently no reason to ever shatter. Just press Frost Firebolt. Really? This is a PvP training. I mean, I don't know if that changes anything. Yeah, true. Shatter's really weak. Only Glacial Spike is OP though. Let's see, Spell Sling. I mean, also I don't have all these talents. Oh, also Ignite. Let's see how this feels as comparison only with current numbers. I'm sure they'll change it. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, you know, even that wouldn't be necessarily that bad because it would be like this movement tool, right? Didn't I get a stack of Icicle when I pressed Frostbolt? Is they changed that in the latest builds? Glacial Spike. But that wasn't the case early on Alpha, right? I feel like it wasn't at least, but I don't know. Wonder if it's ever a gain to like hold off your frostballs and sort of casting it here. Oh, I actually had the perfect Glacial Spike. You waited and cast it off there. Ray of Frost feels so good though. And then you can Comet Storm and shatter all of that as well. Yeah, honestly, it's just a freezing mechanic. I hope they just see people not pressing it and just remove it, bro. Remove it, and we're good. The spec is playable. Bring old Shatter back with Flurry. Crossing that likely is probably fine, but big AoE is so janky. Yeah, do you still Cone of Cold to apply stacks? These stacks of freezing out to 5 enemies. This feels so weird. Probably this is useless. Yeah. Frost rework. I think this will take some time. And for Arcane, what would we change here? The additions to AoE they made are fine. I can change this. I can charges further increase and attachment explode use the rune target. This also I don't like this either. I don't know, bro. I don't like any of these epic summons. I think they're all scuffed. I don't know what they could have done here. I think they should have focused on Arcane Surge or something. Maybe make like the initial hit of Arcane Surge bigger or something. I don't think that's too big like they're supposed to do. Or should I do 15k? Does not show actually on the damage meter. Is that a new thing? And then make it like empower your spells even more or something. Maybe. I don't know, man. It's just second touch of Magi is not my thing. The pool that drops. I mean, I guess you don't have to play necessarily as well. Maybe that's the thing. Well, yeah, somewhat doubt that. It's not super fun. No, I don't think so either. I mean, I guess in a way, it's not like the CD got less, right? In a way, you only have one more touch of Magi that you want to use at some point. And it also doesn't punish if you needed to hold CDs for 45 seconds. Actually, I don't know how that works. Wait. 45-second recharge. There's just one more. Does it give you some flexibility? I guess so. Yeah, I guess if you send it early... Wait, would it give you some flexibility? Yeah, right? If you want to like delay by like 10 seconds or something like that, you're still getting your second touch of the Magi slowly. Yeah. You want to use it during Surge. You think you're going to use both of them during Surge, yeah? Yeah, maybe with like... I don't know if you still have Magi Spark or something like that. This is only 15 seconds. Do you have something that follows up after Arcane Surge? Oh, I guess you have a... I don't know when Arcane Soul exactly happens. With Arcane Surge. Oh yeah, yeah. I guess with Arcane Soul, yeah. Sun Fury and this, it would make sense, yeah. That would be... Yeah, that would make sense. With Spellslinger, I don't know. I doubt it, but I don't know. I think they probably also really like Sun Fury. It was kind of a success, I would say. I don't know if they buff Arcane Soul now, because it was also the tier set and stuff, right? It made it longer, I think. And the interesting things for Arcane in the next expansion is the AoE and the Arcane Orbs and stuff like that. But the Apex Suns don't focus on it, and also the general like spec isn't really fit for AoEing. It doesn't kind of matter. I don't know. Arcane is a little weird, maybe even weirder than Frost now, for me. Maybe not. Frost is kind of weird. Arcane is like wasted potential. Frost is going into like the rework is just kind of bad. If Orb does damage, you spend on CC on it. It could be fun. Yeah, but I don't know, like the RNG-ness of that. It feels like a fun spec. I mean, I guess, yeah, if it is good, if it's better than the alternatives, I guess Arcane in M plus with Arcane Orb spec could be interesting. But like I said, the Apex Suns don't play off of that really. And yeah, there's nothing really else much exciting for Arcane except for those orbs. And I feel like it's not gonna be good. I don't know. It doesn't feel like it should be the go-to spec. It feels like it's the fun spec, but not good spec. I could very easily be wrong. They make things that are new good generally. Okay, that's the main stuff we looked at. Let's see, what else do we have, guys, on the beta? What changed actually from alpha to beta? Oh, wait, I had like some React videos I could look at. And actually one is interesting. We're gonna look at least one of them, okay? And that's midnight release date lead question marks. Oh wait, this is like a whole video. I don't care. I only care about the first part, and that's... Is that just 40 seconds of the video? I don't care about any of the rest, I think. You know, prefer states, release date leaks. Oh, here it is as well. Oh, okay. Let's look at this. Quick log out here.
In other news, we also have some very interesting dates from recent data mining of the alpha, which could give us a better idea of when the Midnight expansion will launch. The first new info we have is for the Midnight pre-patch event. The splash screen was data mined, which included the text, "Cultist activity is on the rise. Something sinister approaches." Available January 27th. This kind of text appeared in the War Within pre-patch splash screen as well, and the pre-patch went live a week before the actual event
Oh, okay.
part started up. So with this splash screen giving us a date of January 27th, that points towards the pre-patch itself going live on January 20th, or at the very least, sometime before January 27th. Now we don't have a lot of
dude, that's exactly the timing that I think it will release, by the way. I think it will be 1st of February, sorry, not 1st February, 1st week of February, I think the expansion will release.
about what the pre-patch event will
really
include.
early February.
We know that it will lead us into the assault on the Sunwell that we saw in the Midnight Cinematic, but that's about it. The splash screen does say that neighborhood endeavors will be available at this time, so we won't see those with the initial launch of the housing system in patch 11.27, I guess, and then the Devourer Demon Hunter specialization, as well as the huge class overhauls, will be included in the pre-patch too. So you'll have plenty of time to get used to the pared down rotations and toolkits we'll have to work with for the Midnight expansion. What's even more interesting is that the pre-patch event timers may have been data mined as well. There are some unnamed world events that run from January 27th up until March 9th, so if the data mined splash screen is accurate, the pre-patch event kicks off on January 27th, and unless there's another world event starting up at the exact same time, these data mined events are almost certainly the pre-patch stuff. If the pre-patch event ends on March 9th, like these events do, that lines us up for a Midnight expansion release date of March 10th. If all of that holds true, we're looking at a 6-week pre-patch event.
Is a pre-patch that long typically? Bro, wasn't pre-patch like 1 week? It's usually 1 month? Really? Holy fuck, I'm misremembering things fully. Holy shit. I feel like there was always something that happens 1 week before the tier, no? It was 2 weeks. Well, I swear something would happen. And then for a week, I guess this pre-patch for next race is always 1 week. Maybe I'm confusing it with that. Must be. First season start 1 week after. I think we're gonna have at least 2 weeks, maybe even. I don't know how it is with last time we had heroic. Did the PvP season start, and plus and stuff? Did that start? No, eh? No, I don't think so. No, it did not. We had Delves started, and heroic started, and then the Mythic week, plus came out, and PvP rated started. But pre-patch season is 1 week, 1 month. Oh damn! Damn, that is definitely later than I'm expecting the expansion. Then, but that means like we're gonna have the first race in March.
Length, which kind of makes sense to me. There are a lot of changes happening in this expansion transition, so giving some extra time to iron out any kinks before the actual expansion launches is definitely a good idea.
That is true.
Pre-patch on January 20th, the pre-patch event on January 27th, and midnight release on March 10th. That's what all of this data mining is pointing towards.
Holy shit, then 2 weeks for Mythic, March 17th we fly to the venue. March 24th, midnight race for first starts. Dude, I thought March of Keldanas, the raid will be in March, but it's actually going to be in April. What the fuck? Well, actually, unless... How many days is March? Is that 31 days or 30 days? Probably 31, right? Where's the calendar here again, bro? This one? There. March 31st. March 31st would be then if they do the heroic into mythic into last raid release. It would be March 31st would be March of Keldanas or March into Keldanas. What is it called actually? March on Keldanas. It will be the last day of March, which would make actually sense. And then April's joke. No, Blizzard. Surely Blizzard's not gonna put an April's joke on us and make the raid super easy, right? That would not be nice. I'm walking dungeon events, Battleground bonus events. Your World Quest bonus events ends. What does that even do? World Quest bonus events. Reputation. during Heroic Week, we might get more reputation. Heroic Week. Sorry, from World Quest. What the fuck is this? That's not getting restless. Time to go pay them a visit. This is some sort of RP thing, I guess so. Okay, transmog. You would also have a Dark Moon Fair right before the expansion. Oh god. Can you still keep this buff from Dark Moon Fair? It doesn't expire when you log out. Is that still a thing? Are people gonna do Dark Moon Fair on all characters before going in? No, please don't, dude. Well, I will see if I'm gonna be way later than usual. Also in September at BlizzCon. Yeah, I don't know what they have exactly planned for that. I didn't look into it, but my assumption was kind of that they do like the regional stuff before, and then they just do the final games at BlizzCon. So EU versus US versus China. That would be what, in my opinion, would make sense. But maybe they do like 2 teams of each region or something. And they don't play the final game as well. Yeah. Oh, or it could be that they do play the final games in this, but the loser just starts like at a worse seeding at BlizzCon, right? That could be a thing as well. But yeah, this would be a bit later than I expected it for sure. Or maybe I was hoping for. When was the last race? August, right? So was it August 13th, I think. So it will be one. Wait, how does this calendar work? Am I a week off? Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That'd be 7 months between patches, yeah? Yeah, I guess that's why I'm surprised. I mean, a lot less time than in the past, but I thought the expansions... I would have expected the race, like Heroic Week, to start like on the 24th or something. Yeah, February, okay. Second week, like I would expect the expansion to start like here. Because the first week is like really early. It's literally on the 2nd. And then this is you build up, and then you have the first raid open. Or you have the first raid open here, but it's gonna be actually 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks later than what I expected. Damn, that's rough. Yeah, I expected like 10th the expansion release, or maybe on 8th or something, because it's early access, right? But the video is saying it's gonna be. What did he say? Actually, March 10th. Early access on 8th, probably. Damn, bro. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a month later than I expected it, or what? Oh, wait. Did he say... 1 sec.
On January 20th, the pre-patch event on January 27th, and midnight release on March 10th. That's...
Yeah, what the fuck? So late. Smotch. How pro teams do with those changes? How's my go so far? No analysts, no weakers. It's going good. I think pro teams are gonna be completely fine. The only question is whether anyone's gonna cheat or not, pretty much. And there needs to be some clarifications on the reminders, because right now you can still use reminders, and assign things pre-combat, and you can use macros in certain moments to direct when those timers should happen. Just everybody in the team needs to press a macro in phase changes. So MRT would work basically. But our assumption is that that's against the philosophy of the game, right? It's not part of the base UI at all, obviously. So question is, what the fuck is the plan here? And if they fix it, you can very easily use third-party add-ons, third-party tool software rather, to create the same functionality without using add-ons. And the question there is like, well, that should be cheating. So what's gonna happen with the terms of service? Is that gonna be updated, or how do they even monitor this? Like, it's a bit messy, yeah. You can always do out of game times. Exactly, that's what I mean with third-party software. I suppose for the pre-patch to just be shorter than a month, right? That's true. Yeah, maybe it's like somewhere in the middle of what we are thinking. Maybe it's like 2 weeks. It's definitely, it doesn't look like it's gonna be what I was hoping for though. You can have a reminder timer on the side, like F14. People use mods like this. Yeah. Well, the thing is, like, that shouldn't be allowed though, right? We are all on the same page on that. So the question is, what is Blizz gonna do about it? Maybe they just say, you know what? We don't, if you really want to do shit like that, we don't care. What we're fixing is like the game is for like casuals, but that doesn't really work, because then we are gonna again make the game harder unless they make the race easier. I don't know. It's so weird. It's explicitly against TOS. Is it? What is against the TOS? I doubt that it is against this TOS. Like, they reiterated the third-party tool ban before last raid. Yeah, but third-party tools doing what? Is like allowing you, helping you in the game? Is that what's not allowed? Helping you in combat? Thank you. I got the link even though it got timed out. Sorry, sir. Who's this from August? In fact, accounts a stop to the impact that accounts. Wait 1 sec. My OBS is gone actually. It's weird. The accounts utilizing third-party software can have on World of Warcraft. We regularly implement new and better cheat detection aimed at identifying those who reverse engineer and bypass our security protocols to modify the game client and or control the game in ways that are prohibited. We wouldn't be doing any of that though. We regularly take actions against such behavior up to the use of third-party software that modifies the World of Warcraft game client is against our TOS, but we wouldn't modify the game, to be clear. Blizzard may suspend or revoke your thereof if you violate or assist others in violating the license limitations reported below. Derivative works, copy, reproduce, accept, translate, reverse engineer, derive source code from, modify, disassemble, decompile, or create derivative works based on or related to the platform. Cheating. Create, use, offer, promote, advertise, make available, and or distribute the following or assets therein. Any code or software not explicitly authorized by Blizzard that can be used in connection with the platform and or any component or feature thereof which changes or facilitates the gameplay. I don't know. This is so weird. That can be used in connection with the platform, which thereof it changes the gameplay. I would guess that this wouldn't fall under it. It would change how you play the game, but it wouldn't change the gameplay. I think what they're saying here is like it will change the game and like how it is being played with code. This is like private servers, and back then like unlocking the Lua, like if I want to create a circle here on the ground, the red circle, with like hacking into the mainframe, that's not allowed. But if I press something on my keyboard or let's make it let's make it really simple. Every time Meta starts a pull timer, he presses his keybind, right? And in 12 seconds it's gonna pull. If that same keybind is bound to some other software, and that software starts timers for all of us that do sound alerts when those timers are expiring, then I don't think this would be breaking the TOS. I think overlays that would read game info, maybe. I looked exactly. That's why I looked exactly on this. I think you could maybe argue that translate falls under that if you're not taking translate literally, but taking it as like a reading. I don't know. How create derivative works. I think derivative. I mean, I think what they say here is private servers, but if this legally would also be a derivative work, if you read the game, if you read information from the game and created something, yes, I think so, maybe. But you wouldn't need to do that, is what I'm saying. First comment says there's no clear stance for auto hotkey. Really? They're not expressing. Okay. I don't know. I think the TOS would need to change, or like we would need like some sort of statement or something. Right now, it's unclear. I would argue. I mean, to me, I think any non-human third-party help you can get that provides features you don't have in the base UI or add-ons allowed in the game, allowed by like World of Warcraft basically, so that also includes the add-on API, right? All of that needs to be banned. So you could argue like, oh, but voice chat is such a thing as well. Oh, sorry, all of that in combat, things that provides help during combat, live during combat, that needs to be planned. Pre-planned things like spreadsheets, I think wouldn't fall under that, but in combat, any sort of help analyzing your screen and telling you things, it would just not be possible with that. Yeah, so I think that's the TOS change that is necessary. What would a decision made? There's no way they can enforce people not using an app on their smartphone and taps their screen to start timers or shit like that. Yeah, monitoring is a completely different discussion. But right now, we don't even know what's allowed. Like, even if it was monitorable, right? That is a secondary problem. Like Final Fantasy also has a lot of rules. They don't monitor, they don't track anything. They have no idea who to ban. But at least there are rules still. I mean, that's gonna suck. Why, bro? Holy fuck. To be clear, guys, you can... A lot of these things you can do right now as well. Yeah? Like, you can already cheat. It's just not really that big of a deal. Next expansion, it might be more important to be able to cheat than right now. And the fact that there are no rules now around it as well is concerning. I can't believe the amount of people bought her about the lack of add-ons. I'm very surprised about it as well, dude. I don't know. But now you could 99% of the way there legally, so why risk cheating? Could get 99% of the way there legally. What? I don't even understand. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, exactly. Well, 99%. I guess the biggest thing would be like private auras. I don't know if there's more exploits that I don't know of. But we don't know of anything since Virac, or at least we haven't used anything since Virac. Or clever use of game mechanics, let's call it that. Well, actually, there are things and everybody's using it. Never mind. Like they make a private aura, but then you can see it from the boss's target, or you know it's like not a healer, so you restrict some things based on that. I don't know. There's some stuff you can do. But yeah, wouldn't say there was anything super important to cheat on, I guess. Just so you can write more complex software. That's the main thing, I would say. Like something that some super AI that tells you if somebody's gonna die in 3 seconds, you know, and then directs you to heal him, or tells you to personal close your button, everything. You can do crazy shit. But I do remember Ian saying that the like overlays for things will not be allowed. It's just I don't see the TOS update yet. I guess that will come probably later once everything is fully locked in, since right now they're still cooking. AI screen analysis, here we go. Yeah, I mean screen analysis, even that is not against TOS from what I see right now. Like you could actually have everything analyzed by software on your screen, and then you can do that with everyone in your team. Like right now in the TOS, I don't see anything preventing us from recording everybody's cooldowns with just simple like image analysis tools, and then sharing that in a database that everyone in the team can approach, and putting it on the second monitor, and then I can see everyone's externals ready, raid cooldowns, personals, everything. I can do all of that. And I don't think it's against the TOS. So what the fuck, right? And then I could even put it as an overlay, I think. I think even that's not against the TOS. I don't know. So basically, you would get everything you need again. So it's really weird. But that should be cheating, right? So why is it not cheating? I'm thinking the TOS will get an update. Just the only thing that's not allowed is accessing game memory. Yeah, I mean, that's super easy then. I don't know, bro. Just because you or I can set up, have multiple analysts working on benefit from them, the boundaries for entry are too high currently. What exactly is broken currently? Oh, a lot of things. As a new player, you are just completely overwhelmed by add-ons, and half your gameplay is dictated by how well you managed your add-ons, which is not typically what a game is about. And people think that games should be more about your gameplay and skills. What the fuck? İşimi bırakayım. Çalışıyorum babacığım. What the fuck? My daughter just came in and said, Dad, stop your work. Just stop. Comes in casually. Tells me to stop, dude. She is right. That's true. Ads are all gone. Play the game for you. How are you going to deal with all these people being held back by not being able to use add-ons? I think actually So there will be something. I don't think anyone's going to be held back because we don't have add-ons. But what's going to happen is mechanics are not going to be solved by add-ons. Instead, it's going to be a team effort. Let's say you got 5 debuffs and there's 5 holes and you need to jump 1 in each. How do you solve that problem, right? Jailer problem, standard. We saw that, immediately made an add-on, and that's where also priority lists, I think, were used for the first time. So that you knew you're likelier to be at the front or likely in the back, or you're in the middle of the list and you're going to be a more mobile person and might need to go anywhere. So this sort of problem is now going to be solved differently. And to solve that, you're not going to need everyone. Most of the time, if enough reaction time is given, you're not going to need everyone to be good, but you will need some people to be good. And more often, more than one person to be good. And there will be multiple people that set assignments on people. So in Final Fantasy, how you do that is, for example, there is 2 different debuffs, or let's say those 5 different holes. Let's make it a bit more exciting. They're not determined by just 1 debuff, because that's kind of easy. Or actually, I'm going to keep it simple. Yeah, let's assume 5 debuffs, 5 holes. So what I would do then is I would assign Maris to mark the first 3 people sorted by raid ID with skull cross blue, right? Target markers. Skull cross blue. And I would have Servo mark from raid 20 and going back with the raid ID from Triangle and Moon, and just mark 2 people and stop. So now 2 people need to play this mechanic instead of the add-on playing it. That's an example of you need 2 good players. If you don't have those 2 good players, this doesn't work. It's just fucked. If they don't mark a person, they won't know where to go. And there will be more such problems where you will need a number of players solving it together partially. And the people, instead of listening for a Vikara, will listen to those people. Because you need a centralized, or you need some centralization for decision making. Before, this was Vikaras. They would look at all the data. There would be one Vikar with one code. It would tell, okay, you're assigned to this, you're assigned to that. If people try to YOLO, it just doesn't work. Alternatively, you could have everyone, you could tell them, yo, just everybody look at your raid index, figure where you are in there, and go to your hole. So you would count how many people are in front of me. If there's no one, then I'm the first hole. If there's one other person, I'm the second guy, so I go into the second hole. But then everybody needs to do that, and that's where what you guys think, or most people think, will happen. Oh, this guy doesn't have access to add-ons, now he needs to think, and they can't do that. Good luck, GG's, it's over. But this is not gonna be done most of the time. Most of the time there will be decision makers. So you need a few people solving this problem then instead of everyone. And so as long as you have like 3-4 smart people in your team, the rest is gonna play the same simple game pretty much. But sometimes it's much easier for this job to be done as a ranged player or a tank, and they will have an easier time doing it, so you just assign it to them, or a melee player or a ranged player, and this is just one example with raid frames. Maybe it's like on what's that boss called? The second boss of this raid currently. Everybody knows Soulbinder. You have the guy with the circle marker. You stack on him for every knockback. It's a maybe simplification because it's just one guy. You don't notice. Maybe we need to form groups of 5 people. So you just mark 4 people with a marker, and then 4 other people stack on them. You know which marker you have. But if they need to go in a specific formation or something, is those 4 people playing the mechanic. Everybody else is just a passenger that follows. So basically, most of the time, the majority of the raid will be a passenger that follows, still, even without add-ons. It will just be instead of the add-on telling you go here, it will be a blue marker appearing on you, and you need to know what that means. Or, you know, you will get pinged with red, and then this guy is going to get pinged with red. That means you guys need to stack. So there will be a raid marker marking the two people with red on the raid frames, and those guys just need to look and just go to each other. So it's kind of like still playing with add-ons for most people, but there is some human element to it, and there might be, you know, your raid leader maybe doesn't find your partner and he's slow, or the assigned person to do that, or I don't know. Like, you need to have a little bit of an eye open, but not really too much. Wouldn't Princess and the War Within Season 1 a good boss that you could have killed without add-ons? Yeah. That is like also like a very standard Final Fantasy boss. In fact, I don't think add-ons did anything on that fight. The only thing was like external tracking, raid cooldown tracking. I mean, if you assign them to spots and people know when to press them, there's nothing really that an add-on would change. This will hit pucks the hardest? No, I don't think so. I think it will... like, there will be... It's just people will need to learn a different way of handling it. Everybody is gonna... It will hit everyone, kind of. I don't know. But I think the in-game raid leaders are gonna get hit most. Let's say like that. Yeah, in-game raid leaders are gonna be hit by this. 100%. Everybody else is just gonna adjust and be like, yeah, tell me what to do. And yep, I'll do that. But the in-game raid leaders, they need to be better at explaining strats. They need to be better at like marking people, pinging people. Using macros, everybody was gonna get hit by. That is true, yeah, because you will likely need to use a macro based on things. Yeah, flame raid leader, yeah, like this would be the perfect tier to be an in-game raid leader. I think those guys are gonna have the fun that I like to have. Maybe some of them will actually hate it because they don't like marking players and they want to just do their own thing. But yeah, like this is the shit that I like to do. There were already not many great in-game readers. Most were also carried by Vicaros. Yeah, to a degree, yeah. I think a little bit of process. I mean, they could also do the alternative of... So there is also the alternative of the mechanics assigning you. And this will for sure happen sometimes. I don't think always though, because pings are so powerful, they will probably use it. But yeah, alternatively, the mechanics will assign you, and there will be a clear rule set that you never need to even communicate, and you just do it based on what you see on your screen. Typically harder to do. So this could be like, let's say there are 3 people, like 3 debuffs that need to do different things. Or let's give the 5-hole example, right? And 5 debuffs. Well, each of those debuffs could have a different color. And then you just need to agree on a strat before you pull the boss. You say, okay, guys, the most front one is red. Then I don't know. Let's make the... Let's say it's like in a circle, right? The holes. Okay, so you say the red guy goes here, the blue guy goes here, the green guy goes here, yellow here, and there's another, I don't know, purple guy over here. And everyone knows what hole is what color. Can probably even put a word marker on it or something. I don't have the keybinds to do it right now. And then you don't need to do anything mid-fight. You just need to memorize the rules. Somebody needs to create the rules. Typically, like Warfare Skills will do that and stuff, and somebody's going to turn it into a nice guide, and then you just play it. That could be the case as well. It's often the case in Final Fantasy again as well. I would say even more often this is the case. than the radiator interfering. But yeah, I mean, realistically, both things will happen. Like PlayStation mechanics from Final Fantasy, exactly. The mechanic will assign you to do a certain role. Yeah. In that case, everybody is gonna get hit from this, and everybody is gonna need to understand what's going on and do it. But if you think about it, it's not much different from a weak aura. It's just evening the playing field, and Blizzard has the access to control how much assignment they want to do, and how much they want you to just look and play, you know, and just like kind of YOLO play it a little bit. Which you can do either way, by the way, right? Even with the assignment, because you might be like, you know what? Fuck the colors. I'm over here, and I got, you know, I think I said like this was blue. Well, I know this one where I'm standing on is the purple one, but look, I'm just standing right next to it. Just use your eyes and play. You can do that as well. It can, because like you don't want to walk all that way. Maybe even the purple guy is on your blue and you're on purple. This happens with VCars as well, right? And you will most often be like, not even looking at it. You will just say, VCard told me to go here, I'll go here. And you will do unnecessary movement. Now that there's no VCaura, and maybe eventually, like for the race or first skills especially, there's not even a strat in place, you might just say, you know what, fuck it, use your eyes. It depends on the complexity of the mechanic, the fail rate, and the information you're given in the assignment. Because, yeah, it could be that it's not that simple, and they might say, well, we're not going to give you 5 colors. We're going to make, you know, 6 holes with only 3 colors. And then you can say, okay, then both these holes are red. Or I guess I should have marked both with red. Both of these holes are red, and then the red guys would go in between and then look, where do I go? Where's my partner? Probably would ping each other or yourself with red if you have the red debuff there, so you can easily see it as well, or there would be a visual needed. A lot of ways this can go. It's so fully depending on how Blizzard designs it. People are gonna find ways around it. I don't think there's gonna be like one exact way to do things, and yeah, I think it's definitely healthier than what we have now, though. Because use a warning ping at player to either group or people, or to tell the hole is reversed. Yeah, I don't... Unless there's a big reason to ever reverse the hole, you wouldn't do it. But yeah, like there can be a bunch of things, right? For example, there might be things that are limiting your movement. That is part of the debuff. And then you need to go into a pre-formation and then see, oh, I got the wrong color, you ping. And then the other guy knows you got the wrong color, adjusts. It's just so many ways. It really depends on the mechanic. But yeah. You can definitely do some really cool mechanics, though. Really hard to ping people sometimes when there's a big boss wall. Yeah, I think if you ever need to ping someone, it's either off of the raid frame and you're scanning raid frames and doing a pinging, or it's yourself with probably a macro or just this, I guess. Or it is hard assigned before combat, so you know you're always gonna ping your partner just for visualization purposes of where they are. So I know I'm always partnered with this guy, and I would already have him in my macro, you know. So I'll just do tag with a macro, not even mouse overing these, and then I know, okay, we need to stack, come, done. I don't even think there needs to be that different of a design. The only stuff that needs to change is the current rate is Fractalus, and to be honest, everyone hates it anyways. Yeah, they could. Well, you're saying that, but so they could keep things a lot more similar to what we have in WoW as well, and keep the little bit of RNG and do less assignment stuff. I think when you're optimizing gameplay and you want to reduce fail rates, it's gonna automatically be a thing you do, though, very often. Like, you want to decide on Dimensius who goes to the marker, right? With the circle, like where you did the triangle shape, and then first you pull this guy down, and then the other two. Reverse gravity is the mechanic's name. You can let people fully YOLO it, or you could mark them if you have the time. They're supposed to give you more time, but also if you have more time, you have more time to adjust manually as well. It's just gonna depend on the mechanic. I mean, sometimes it will be worth what I'm saying. Sometimes you just want to YOLO it. Like I said, like just use your eyes and just do it. There's no point. How does the Shadow Piece go in the beta? I played Shadow Priest. I thought it was fairly complex. Definitely not like a Fire Mage. I think that you have a little bit too many buttons as Shadow that you could press at a time. It's like less straightforward, the rotation. Also, what was it with Shadow? I mean, also I'm not a big fan of the current Shadow on retail either, really. The Void Tentacle looks nice, it's good. Yeah, I just think it has a bit of a button bloat. Like, I don't know. Maybe, what would I remove? Maybe this like Void Bolt Volley is not necessary or something. I don't know. I don't fully remember as well. When I was playing it, it's definitely very button bloaty compared to other specs I played. Yeah. So is there what I wanted to do less buttons? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe Shadow is less buttons to compare to retail right now, but compared to Mage, it has a shit ton of buttons for sure. Okay, guys. I have the choice here. Do I dive into this video? The complete history of WoW Killers, 1 hour. Or do I... Wait, since when are we live? See, I have no idea how long I streamed. Time. 4 hours only. How can Shadow do AoE in beta since you don't have Shadow Crash any longer? You have Shadow Tentacle instead. It's the same thing. The Tentacle is basically Shadow Crash, and you also have 2 stacks. It's super easy to dot everything up. You have no problems keeping dot up at all. Oh wait, this is just a new character, not level up, right? Just trying to remember as well. Torrents be priest nowadays, bro. That's crazy. Oh, not create. Am I sending the WoW Killers video? It's 1 hour though. Holy moly.
Champion, Xalatath and her devouring host lay siege to the Sunweb.
Yeah, here, Tentacle Slam.
Has chosen you to defend it.
Yeah, this like Void Form, Void Volley. I don't know, bro. I'm not a big fan of it. I think it would be nicer if like Void Form upgraded your Mind Blast or something. Also would be cool to have the old Mind Spike gameplay back as well as an interesting way to play with no dots. What was your Apex styles again? Oh, I don't remember these. Shadow Operations and Tentacle Slam, I guess? Oh, yeah. The Tentacle Slam also activates one of the idols. They changed the Devouring Plague to Shadow of Madness as well. I guess Void Torrent is gone, right? Or was it only thingy or something? What was it? Only Void Weaver, yeah. Oh, and Halo is only Archon. I see, yeah, that's why you have some less buttons, I guess, in total. It's kind of weird putting Halo and Void Torrent in the same keybind, but you might do that. To me, I was like a bit overwhelmed what button to press. It's like you have a lot available. But I guess maybe if you then don't have Mindbender, you have Shadow Fiend instead. And when you play Archon, maybe it's okay. I don't know. I guess Shadow Priest right now is on retail is also kind of rough, kind of hard to play, I would guess. Well, there's a lot of like Mind Blast procs and stuff that happen, right? That's also a thing. You should always be using it on CD, otherwise you will overcap. I don't know, guys. I think I'm getting old, man, for this game. Maybe I don't know what it is. I used to enjoy many buttons, but I think I don't like many buttons in my rotation. I like many situational buttons that I just have. Posture check. Sorry. Was that too straight? Is it better? But the thing is, if you sit like this, you can't do this. It just doesn't work. You have to crouch. Maybe it's also the microphone. I heard it low. I really don't have the patience to stare at a group finder anymore. That's the biggest fucking reason I feel like I'm too old. Why is it? Is it just because people keep declining for keys? I noticed that as well, dude. Actually, what makes gaming the most fun, and I think that's also why a lot of people don't like gaming anymore as they age, is just having friends to do it with. It's just so much more fun. Like, I mean, not for every game, honestly. Some games I actually like to play solo, but playing it with strangers is just... I don't know. It's not... it's okay for some time, but certain things is just not nice. Like, anytime you want to play something good, or... It's not about it's about a team effort rather than your personal gameplay. That's when it is really not rewarding to play with strangers. For a solo WoW player, if you log in to do a raid or keys, you have so much downtime of not actually playing the game. Yeah, that as well. The downtime is also tilt, but for me, it's also just... I don't know, like maybe play like Destiny 2 or something. If I didn't play with the guild or Final Fantasy as well, if I didn't play with my guildmates, I don't think I would do it. The games are amazing, they're great, but I don't think I would make a group and do it. I can imagine myself playing like more casual content, but anytime I want to play some harder content with strangers, nah. It needs to be heavily influenced by my personal gameplay. Then it's okay. But if it's a team effort, it's not. It's not interesting to me. Yeah. So you're saying is everyone needs to pay 1,900 people to race with them at our first level so we can keep enjoying it. What? Everyone needs to pay 19 other people to race with them at our first level so we can keep enjoying it. What does that even mean, bro? That is why I'm doing it. Yeah, that's why I made the team. I need to play some solo games like Elden Ring solo. That's okay. Yeah, like if the game is playable solo, I enjoy it as well. Like Diablo, I prefer playing solo most of the time because also you feel like your actions mattering more when you play solo. But if it's a team game and you don't have a team and it's actually hard, it's not great. Especially if your teammates are on a similar skill level as you, that's just great. That's just the most fun experience. This guy has fun playing with people that stare at their action bars back to back to back. Once the thing is solo queues matter at this point, it's only a way for people to improve it to play. People that play all seriously also can get shit done. Yeah, solo queue would definitely be a good addition. That's true. Surprised that they don't have that yet. Pretty sure they're planning cooking something. It's too good for them not to work on it. Wouldn't make any sense. Which is the single most toxic place in the universe? I mean, it's the same thing with Group Finder. You think Group Finder is not toxic? I don't think so. I want old Shadow Priest back, bro. Give me... It's crazy how much easier MOP Shadow Priest would be was compared to this. She just dotting mobs up. And then Mind Flaying, bro. And Mind Blast when you get procs or things. That's it, yeah. AoE, you just put Mind Seer and you're done. That's your AoE. Congrats. I think, for example, Psychic Link should not be the standard way to do AoE cleave damage. Like Psychic Link should only like work up to like 3 targets, and it will be what you focus on up to like 3 targets. After that, I think you should have something like a Mind Sphere. You just send your Shadow Crash, or like your Tentacle Slam, I guess, and just Mind Sphere, and send your Shadow Warp Madnesses and keep Mind Searing. I think that's how the rotation should be. But right now, you're just always blasting your rotation. And on single target, right now you need to use Tentacle Slam for single target as well, I think, with the Apex talent. Which I guess, I don't know if the Apex talent will be good. No idea. But on single target, it's mostly fine, I guess. Yeah, single target is fine, I would say. Even with Tentacle Slam, it's kind of fine, yeah. It's more the AoE that's a bit weird. Yeah. There's a reason Shadow can't be good as the entire area. It needs to be reworked. Yeah. That's true. This word volley feels super weird as well to press. Has such a long CD. I like the old void form with void bolt more personally. They could have like transformed Mind Flay into void bolt and just you cycle Mind Blast, void bolt, and Shadow Mode Madness during void form. That would make sense to me. I don't know. And then Mind Seer I would keep as well and turn that into void bolt volley or something and just does less damage, but worth it more after 3-4 targets or something. I don't know. Yeah, I haven't played this a lot on retail, so I don't know what people are used to as well and what they're enjoying. I'm also not a big fan of the how Void Weaver works with Void Torrent popping to Entropic Rift. I don't know. To me, it feels very weird. I think that Entropic Rift just needs to be a longer thing, and Void Torrent probably a longer city as well. Or just make Entropic Rift part of Void Form or something. And Void Torrent its own talent. And cap Entropic's Rift size, obviously, at some point, probably when you make it longer. What's the right understanding? Going all reviews, but I have a job is no argument. What do I want? Oh shit, is there a PvP event happening? There's some war PvP in the chat, guys. Let's see. Just now that our keys are hard and sometimes you bleed, you go next. From what I hear from friends, lower keys are much more toxic. Not all trying to flame you, but what I'm about to say is 98% of the players simply cannot grasp. If you're a solo player, you want to play more than one tune, you simply have a daytime job. How the fuck are you supposed to play this game 25? I tried queuing. I tried you to go into without radar IO linked and low eye level. See how long you wait. I think getting started is the main problem though, flawlessly, Kun. I don't know if you're like once you did every dungeon at a certain key level, after that to me it was fine. But the very start when you don't have radar IO score yet, or plus score yet, and you want to do a dungeon, is the weirdest experience. Because like you gotta start from really low, even though you know you could do higher probably. Yeah, the first ones are really rough. That's where you definitely would love to have friends. After that, I didn't think the solo queue experience was that bad when I did it. But also, I was a meta class, so I don't know. Maybe if you're off meta class, it's a big tilt. But then I would only just recommend playing your own key, honestly. Yeah, healers and tanks can be rough sometimes. So I was wondering if you guys are still cooking out of what's going to happen in Race of Hearts. Going to worry this new raid would be the end of it, or at least the end of a big event where we get to watch all the boys together. No, I don't think so. No, I think it's completely fine. We're still planning. Like, we're waiting for news from Blizzard. There's still a decent amount of time, and we expect like expansion news to happen early next month that we get them. And once we get them, I'm guessing we also get the raid schedule, and then we will plan the event around it. Did it? Yeah. I think my daughter is really bored, guys. Tamam, az sonra bırakacağım. I'm getting this DDoS IRL. Classes being a bit more simple might help with the meta problem, which might help with the solo experience. I think the solo experience is just gonna improve because you're not gonna need vCara packages for M Plus, and like you not having your nameplates colored properly is gonna matter less and things like that. So the standard guy going into be M plus is gonna be a bit more on an even playing field as people who are prepared. I don't think it's gonna be a massive thing. I think solo queuing is a fast track to desperation if you do a shit ton. People just get affected so differently by these things, man. Like I played a lot of solo queue in my life, and I'm completely fine with it. In games for like I'm personally trying to improve my own gameplay, but yeah, if you were trying to raid, it's a bit rough. Do you think the button squish and add-on crackdown might lead to 10-man mythic eventually if Blizzard has a bigger capacity for balancing? Oh, I see what you mean with balancing. I was thinking of like load balancing and lag and stuff. No, I don't think they're gonna go 10-man. I think what we might get is if they intend to more try things like they've been doing now, I think what we could get is like a mega dungeon as a 10-man raid, an off-seasonal one type of thing. That I think is I would say is likely. I had an interview back in the days as well where they said that they wanted to try things like that. But I don't think the norm is going to be 10-man. The game just has so many classes, and they really like diversity of classes being visible. So I don't think... I think 10-man would be the opposite of that, kind of a lot less classes being played. It wouldn't play into WoW's strengths. But if you have some 10-man raids and some 20-man raids, I think that's likely, yeah. I think the people affected the hardest are the ones that think they should be higher AO, and it's everyone else that's holding them back. It's just what they are super weak, and everyone else is you. I don't know. I think it's also like people caring a lot more about other people's thoughts, maybe. So like someone flames you and they are obviously wrong, or they are being extra mean to you and you didn't know mechanic. Like these guys might be more affected by people from like in solo queue, right? I think if you've played League a lot, for example, and you're used to, you know, your whole family getting cancer from chat and all sorts of things happening to your mother, I think WoW solo queue is gonna be a breeze, and you're just not gonna care really too much. If you're not used to this internet culture, though, then yeah, you might be like, oh, fuck this shit, you know? Or yeah, if you don't get into groups the whole time because it's your IO is low or something, it's also tilt. I think you're celebrating the first things new season are the most important. If you can get ahead of the pack by mashing electronic keys. Those are the seasons of breeze. I don't push the title, but I did get 2.5k pretty quick, and I was able to make my weekly sun, and eventually got 3k after a little bit with no issues. It's not necessarily the first days of the season. It's just maybe a bit harder to get those low keys with proper people. Like I was literally trying to make a group for a key, and I would not get enough signups. There would just not be people signing up. But I tried to do like solo queue things off stream. But yeah, in the first weeks, obviously a lot of people don't have scores, so everyone is low, so you just find a group pretty easily. But later on, a lot less people are at that low key level, you know, like no one's playing there. So, yeah. We often forget that in the first week there are over 100 people applying for every key.
I am the blade of the
Yeah, that's true. It's perfect amount to bring back this little group as a 10-man. Yeah, 10-man raids are like I don't want to even call them raids. I want to call them dungeons. I think that's what we need. 10-man dungeons. Not as difficult as a raid. You know, not race for first material, but it's like a 2-day struggle that you can go with 10-man progress and be done. So we raise our 8-man. Exactly, yeah, I know. We're gonna be playing Sword of Justice end of month. That's gonna be interesting. It's a 12-man Chinese MMO. Curious about how that will go. We're gonna be playing the raid there. What I need is Flex Mythic. Flex Mythic is just not gonna be good, bro. That's just... I think Flex in any shape or form is kind of shit, personally, because... like, the fight is gonna lose some quality, but I guess if you really wanted to do it, you could do it after, like, a certain time. You know how we get these raid buffs with, like, certain rep or something? Or probably just after, like, in a patch or something, like 11 point whatever the fuck. Like, you know, like the 0.7 patches or something like that, that could turn the raid into Flex. I think Mythic Flex from the get-go doesn't make sense to me. What makes sense is the lockout being Flex. That makes sense, but the raid size, I don't know. I don't think so. Need to fix Mythic Lookout. Yeah, Mythic Lookout is the fix for sure, yeah. You should kind of after race runner because Echo and Liquid will be so degenerate with that. Suck. Yeah, I mean, in general, there needs to be a competitive period for the race. It's such a no-brainer. Destiny 2 already does it. Just make a competitive period and have different set of rules during that than the rest of the time. They're going Mage and Midnight. What race should I pick? If you want to be cool, you go Undead. If you want to be like functional, I don't know, bro. You just do whatever is most DPS. Maybe Haranir is the play if the... Wait, what's the end boss actually? Is it perhaps an aberration? Is this an aberration? I don't know. This is an aberration, right? These are aberrations. I don't know if this also is. Probably humanoid. Haranir not worth it. Haranir does 1% extra damage to aberration, elemental, and beasts. So that's why I was saying you'll go Haranir on these guys, for example. The rating is good for his first viewership, but I don't know. I mean, it's not an extended rate. I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't honestly. I don't think it's gonna be bad for us. The thing it would be bad is if like the raids are easy. If as long as the raids are hard, I don't think it's gonna be bad. That's the main defining factor for. And there's two things actually. One is the... Okay, it's three things. One is how many people play WoW. Okay, simple as that. If WoW is more hype, there's more people watching. Okay, actually, there's four things. Two, it's the timing, right? If it's overlapping with Black Friday, that's great. If it is like I don't know, March, is not great. This will be March, is not great. Three is the length of the race. Length and difficulty kind of go hand in hand. Also with length, I'm also meaning like splits. the ratio of splits versus mythic content. Like we had a barrels, for example, it was 3 days of splits and 3 days of mythic. That was fucking crazy, right? It was horrible. The worst race in history. Worst race of history of whole like race of warfare, a barrels. Shout out, because they forgot apparently that you can upgrade items and the raid became easier. I don't know. And then there was last thing. Or did I say it already? I don't know. I forgot. Hard timing of the year. How many people play WoW? That's it, I guess. Yeah. What do you mean with competitive period for raid release? So let's say they bring out the raid, right? They have an idea of how long they want the race to war first to last, right? This doesn't just mean war first. It could also mean they want to be like until top 10 is done, for example. They want to have a certain set of rules. During that time frame, I wouldn't nerf bosses. I wouldn't make the content easier over time or anything. Like it's like a 10-man Hall of Fame type of thing. Or maybe they want it to be one for EU or one for NA. I don't know, right? Whatever they choose, or just top 3 or whatever it is. Once that is done, or is a fixed time, let's say 2 weeks, that's when the nerfs begin. That's when you could have flex lockouts. You could have uncapped eye level. For example, you could have capped eye level during the race, so heroic splits don't matter as much anymore. So you could do, like, it's just about getting new trinkets on any difficulty and getting a new tier set. But after the competitive period, they could release it basically, and you just playing, a more nerfed version of the raid. And then I would also make the unnerfed version still available if people want, for like a Feast of Strength or something like that. But it wouldn't drop a better loot piece. You would still get all your loot from that. Would also make it a lot more like approachable for like an M+ player that wants a trinket from the last force or something. They don't need to play the competitive mode, but they can play the simple one and still get their loot and everything. They can go heavily nerf things after that. It's fine. And then you might say, like, but Scribe, the world rank 100 guild, they still want to play the game like you guys said. They don't want the easy peasy mode. Well, one, they can still pick the hard mode, right, by selecting difficulty to be like the challenge mode or whatever you want to call it. And two is, if they really want to do it within the time frame, then just get good. Simple as that. And you can give the feedback to WoW to keep the competitive period up longer. But, I mean, in Destiny 2, the competitive period lasts 2 days. It's clearable within 2 days. It's clearable within like 1 day for a really good team. But a lot of teams don't make it. Unluck. Try it again next time. Get good. Get good. More, like, play more though. I mean, that's true. If you don't have the time to play more, I mean, you can still do the challenge mode later on, right? I'm not saying it's impossible, but if you want to be like the part of the top 10 or whatever, you just need to play more. I mean, it's what it is. It's the same thing with any game. Yeah, you play more, you get good. What game is there that you play very little, but it's super easy to complete? Like, what are we talking about? It doesn't make any sense. No need for skill. Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay, if it's just time, I mean, that's a shit game, but we all know that WoW is not just about time, right? In fact, the competitive period would allow you to play with less time, because you would need to do like less M+ and less splits and stuff, right? Because I'm in my mode, I'm capping the eye level, for example. That's like do X more is just what get good is with anything in life. Yeah, if you do something more, you do get good at it. That's pretty much it. That's how I would, what I mean with competitive modes. And I would also do global release in that time frame and have the different reset schedule and everything. It just makes sense. I mean, it's the same way we have it for the expansion. You have different set of rules. Game releases at different time. It's completely fine, you know. And then you can go back to normal. That's it. So to get good, to be honest, the average top 200 doesn't play the whole day or get helped by a whole region. Everything in one day. That's what I'm saying. You don't need the help of the whole region if you have a competitive period that have a different set of rules. But those set of rules doesn't make sense later on, but they do make sense in the early weeks. So you could have things like eye level cap to, you know, not what do you call it? You could even like disable heroic mode. You know, just you could disable splits for a competitive period. Like the competitive period makes it so that it is a competition, a fair competition. Whatever would be needed for that, you do that. You don't prioritize the casuals. After those 2 weeks, you prioritize the casuals, that they have fun the whole time. Competitive period is over. Now, if you didn't get to clear during the competitive mode, unluck. Now you have access to more tools. You can deal with it easier. You are now a casual. You can try to act like you're still in competitive mode by, you know, restricting yourself intentionally yourself, but you don't need to. That's what I mean. If you don't do it in time, then you need to get good. I mean, you need to spend more time. You need to, I don't know, whatever is needed, right? I mean, we all know it's not just about time. Between the guilds, the difference. Are we getting 3 raids in the first 2 months, all complete for World First? We're getting 6 bosses. 6 bosses here, and this one boss here. At the same time, then according to their wording, a few weeks later, whether that is a few weeks from heroic or from mythic release, I don't know, we get this. So the assumption right now is you get heroic week, mythic week, and then everything in mythic week on the 3rd week. So first week is heroic, 2nd week is mythic, 3rd week this one comes out and mythic is the assumption. That would be a nice race to World First. That's the feedback every team is giving to Blizzard, and it would be the best thing for the race. What they might do is first week heroic, 2nd week mythic, 3rd week mythic, 4th week mythic, 5th week this comes out on mythic, or maybe even on heroic and then mythic. We don't know. That would be pretty shit for the race. Because, like, what do? We can't stay at the race, so we will fly back. And then we might need to fly again for Macho Killed an Ass with a few people. We don't know how hard it is. We don't know how many days it will take. It's a complete, like, random project. That would not be nice. But, I don't know. We'll see. I think next month we will know what the plan is. This is a 3 World First races on one after another. These 2 are at the same time. And this is later. I doubt that we're gonna... I think people are not gonna care about this boss. This is supposed to be middle of the pack difficulty. People are gonna care about this one. And people are gonna care about this one. I think both are gonna be a World First title. So there's 2 races pretty much. Back to back. It's slower. But technically there's 3 Hall of Fames. For each raid there's a Hall of Fame. I do want it slower because a few days is more than a couple in my book. So if third raid is 3rd week, you would say a couple weeks later. I mean, guys, I don't fucking know. I think they don't know themselves. When they said that, I don't think they knew themselves when they want to release it. Is all raids are clearer on day 1 without splits, or all raids short gear contents are playing good, so no one is less the period day raid release equals no nerfs. Wait, what are you cooking, Sorrow? Disable heroic mode and alienate 99% of the player base. You wouldn't alienate 99% of the player base. They can go enter Mythic and enjoy that for the first time. I think the people, what they don't understand is if you disable heroic mode, then that also means that Mythic mode will be clearable without heroic. So it's a lot easier than what you are used to right now. You cannot tell me that like people cannot clear first boss on Mythic or second boss. Dude, Soulbinder is the easiest thing ever. How do you get alienated by Soulbinder? Anybody can play Soul. If you got to max level, if you can do an M+8, fuck it, if you can do an M+3, you can do Soulbinder. Unless you were like slash following people on the M+. And I don't know. You can actually use the one button rotation for these bosses. Completely fine. Okay, let me rephrase. If you can do heroic, like one-arm bandit, then you can do Soulbinder on Mythic. For sure. Again, unless you got hard carried and you were AFK. So, I don't think it's a big deal if your full raid isn't available during the competitive period. It's going to be available, it's fine, and you can test your skills in the competitive mode until then. I mean, don't get me wrong, it doesn't need to be disabled. That's just what I would, I like to do that. You can just do the competitive mode without disabling shit either. It's completely fine. It's not a requirement. I just think people should give competitive mode more chance, which is like Mythic, basically more chances. If it is doable at your eye level, just go for it. A lot of guilds can't do one-arm bandit until they really outgear it, though. Yeah, that's fine. You don't have to play the raid that isn't out for your difficulty yet. I mean, it's fine. It will come out in 2 weeks. What's the problem? What do you mean with alienate? Anyways, like it's not out. It will come out. To me, it's also fine if heroic comes out first and then mythic comes out. Like it doesn't matter. It's the difficulty that you want to do is not out yet. It's fine. It's not a big deal. It's gonna come out. If you can reverse the thing, competitive period starts 2 weeks later. Then you can get your loot first from heroic and then prepare for competitive mode. Let's say the competitive mode is not related to heroic at all. But yeah. Alright guys, I'm gonna go and check on my daughter, see if we do something. Actually, let me go first and then maybe I don't end the stream. We'll see. Let's see. Be quick. Alright guys, I'm gonna piece it. Gonna spend some time with the daughter. And maybe I stream before the next weekend. Also, by the way, tonight the boys are playing AWC. I don't know, I might do a random proc and return and we watch the AWC, but I don't know. We'll see about that. It's quite late. So, not sure. I think it's in like 3 hours or 2.5 hours or something. It starts. So, maybe I return for that. Or I just watch it and talk about it on Twitter. Alright, thank you guys for the views and for watching, and see you next time. Latest next weekend. Bye-bye.